We're on.
Hello, bitches. Welcome back to Ark, John, and Teddy Talk Shit.
So what are we talking shit on today?
We're talking about Star Trek versus Star Wars.
Yeah, it just knocked me again. I don't know what the fuck. Fuck.
Alright, well, if you need to go find a place with a better connection, you have the link so we can always just join us when you get that.
Bears and technology, man. They just can't figure out technology.
Yeah. I got this smartphone, and it's only a 3G smartphone, right?
It's not so smart.
No, it's not that smart. Not as smarter than one of them other smartphones.
That's because you didn't shell out $600 for it.
True that.
You gotta suck a lot of dick to have a good phone.
Oh yeah, and I'm gonna suck a wall of dicks at YouTube, and then
We'll
superstar.
be sure to cradle the balls. They'll give you a tip.
Yeah.
And work the shaft.
I freaking hate my phone right now. It's one of those phones to where I get a certain amount of data per month. I can be on Wi-Fi the whole entire time, and for some stupid ass reason it tells me I use my phone data. I'm like, I haven't even used your internet service this whole time. Use all the data in my ass.
I couldn't do limited data. I spend too much time on the internet. I could never do limited data.
Fucked up thing though is the plan says unlimited data, so I'm double fucking confused at that shit. So it's like, okay, then why are you slowing down my fucking internet?
I think the bigger question is, why are you still paying for the phone if that's what the case is?
Because I can't afford another one right now because I'm too busy trying to save up to get shit for my YouTube channel and other crap.
I think you should take it out to a field and shoot it at close range with a 12 gauge.
The phone I had before this, I fucking put on one of those archery boards and fucking threw throwing knives at it.
Good job. Fuck smartphones. Fuck them. Just fuck them all. Anyway, we're talking Star Wars versus Star Trek tonight. And we agreed we're going to do in the order that they were released, right?
Yeah, which is 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, because, yeah, that was something we needed to figure out.
And then for the Star Trek films, I think we agreed original 6.
Huh?
Would we agree on for the Trek films?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be the 6 Star Wars movies versus the Star Trek original series 6 movies. And then we'll talk about the other Star Trek movies separate and compare them to each other, because they're all kind of bad. Some people would say otherwise, but everything after Undiscovered Country is mediocre, in my opinion.
Honestly, I like and dislike the Abrams film.
They're okay movies, but they're not good Star Trek movies. They're piss poor Star Trek movies.
A lot of
But
people the older they're not supposed to be the films. I do like more the alternate story.
I cannot understand you. You're cutting in and out really bad. Am I doing the same?
Oh, you're fine.
Well, you're cutting in and out like hardcore. Like you sound like a robot right now. No, it's worse.
I'm gonna switch my mic over to a different slot real quick, see if that works.
It ain't just your fucking microphone, though. Your video feed is really shitty.
Mm.
It's better now, though.
All right. Can you hear me better?
A little bit better. By the way, my cousin says that when you do podcasts, you just lay there like a fucking Roman emperor on his dais, just smoking leisurely.
Because I don't have any chairs around here. All the chairs are out in the living room. And I don't feel like going out there.
You do lay like you're on a fucking dais, though. How the hell are you so comfortable laying like that? You lay like a hut. You lay sideways and like curved upward like a hut.
Oh no, I sleep in weird positions.
One of these days, John's gonna get really fat. And he's gonna be like the hut. He's just gonna slither.
I used to be really fat, actually. I used to be like 350 pounds. I'm about 225 now.
Holy shit! I can't imagine you fat. That's a weird thought. Well, Teddy fucking disappeared. I guess he's going to McDonald's.
Lucky bear. I hope he doesn't scare the customers.
I guess let's talk about random shit till he gets here.
You know what I want to see him do one of these times?
What?
I just want to see him go on the podcast with the bear.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Hey there, Teddy Rubskin here. Fuck, man. So...
It must be difficult trying to do all his videos like that, though, because it's like, is it like a prop or a hand puppet or some shit like that?
No, man, that's him. He's a bear.
Uh-huh.
He's Seth MacFarlane completely ripped off his life story to make Ted. Because it's that exact story. He was wished into life by a child, I think. Or he's some kind of an Illuminati plot. I'm pretty sure it's one of those two, though. So, since we're talking about random shit, what's in the news lately? Anything?
I saw
Go ahead.
a random ad on Facebook about a Florida Senate candidate admitting to sacrificing a goat and drinking its blood.
Wow, it says a lot about me that my response to slaughtering goats and drinking their blood is laughter and not horror.
I laugh too, so don't feel too bad about it.
But anyway, yeah, them politicians with their Satanism. We're all run by devil worshippers. That's what I heard on YouTube, so it must be true.
Or like Little Grebo said on his last Mark video, don't believe everything you hear on the internet. But I'm on the internet, so does that mean I'm not real? Disappears.
But the internet said you're good, Kevin Owens. Are they lying? I haven't really been keeping up with the wrestling.
I stopped watching it on Monday nights. I have Hulu now, so I don't need to watch it on Mondays.
I feel like I did watch the last pay-per-view, but god damn, I don't remember anything from it.
Right now, they're doing Seth Rollins versus Kane, and I don't want to see that.
Didn't Seth Rollins have to defend 2 titles at the last pay-per-view?
Yeah, lost
I think
and then beat Sting.
I think those are the only 2 matches I watched. And I don't think I even really watched the U.S. title match. I watched the final match because I knew it was going to probably be bullshit, and I was right. But I don't remember how it was bullshit.
It was bullshit because Sting's an old fucking ended up being injured.
Right.
Everybody's blaming Rollins for it when it was Sting's own decision to do the match.
It's not like Rollins botched the move. It was a fucking fairly standard move. Sting is just old. He shouldn't be doing shit like that anymore.
Yeah, but you know them old wrestling fans, they're gonna find any reason to complain.
Well, I ain't gonna blame Rollins for this, though. He is starting to develop a habit of people getting injured in his matches. Because he busted Cena's face pretty bad a little while ago.
Good, fuck Cena, he deserves it a little bit.
And I'm pretty sure the curb stomp injured somebody, didn't it?
It didn't injure anybody, but they kind of stopped it before it did, which I still say makes absolutely no fucking sense whatsoever.
Well, it's a curb stomp, man. That's an easy move to fuck up. Randy Orton's punt wasn't a very good idea either.
Well, I understand why they stopped it. It's just the fact that it's like their excuse is, oh, it causes concussions. Yeah, so does 99% of the rest of your shit. So, hey.
Yeah, that's true, but this is a direct, hard shot to somebody's head. And in the Randy Orton case, there were a couple times he did that, and I really thought, oh my God, he just killed that person. Because he just fucking punt kicked them in the temple. They're dead. They have to be. Yeah. It was impressive. Don't get me wrong. It looks very real. I'm sure there's a trick to it, but still, I wouldn't want somebody kicking me in the fucking head.
No? Even for sexual kicks.
Even for sexual kicks.
That's fucked up, Ark. That's fucked up.
Okay, so we're gonna talk movies now.
Yeah,
So,
I might drop again because I'm almost at McDonald's. We're almost there. Technical difficulties.
The way we're doing it,
I'll do my best.
Well, Teddy, here's how we're doing it. We're doing the 6 original Star Trek movies versus the 6 Star Wars movies, and we're gonna do the Star Wars movies in the order they're released, not the order of the episodes.
Wait. So it would be Star Trek the Motion Picture versus Star Wars?
Versus the first Star Wars, yes, instead of Episode 1.
Right.
I feel that's more fair anyway, because we're going to have to compare, like, special effects and shit, and... Well, I don't know. To tell you the truth, I always thought the special effects in Episode 1 kind of sucked. Even for their time, I thought they were bad.
Only good thing about Episode 1 was Darth Maul, but then again...
Well, okay, wait, let me rephrase that. It didn't have all bad special effects, but some of the effects didn't look very good. Like Jar Jar. But
I mean, actually, Phantom Menace is the one with the most practical effects.
I know, that's hard to imagine.
Yeah, they actually had actual sets. There were a couple actual creatures.
The sets look nice. I'll give the movie that.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the Star Trek and original Star Wars and get to Episode 1, because...
The Motion versus A New Hope.
This really isn't very fair, because I'm just going to say, I'm going to call it, we all say Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
Because I say Star Wars.
The picture's so cool. Vegan. Vegan's coming. He's coming for you. Yeah,
I was thinking about that movie earlier, and I asked my cousin if he wanted to join us, and he declined, but the only movie he hasn't seen is Star Trek the Motion Picture. And I was trying to explain to him what it was like, because he said that it was created basically to try to cash in on the whole Star Wars thing. Like, oh, space movies are in. Huh?
Yeah, partially, yeah.
Now, space movies are in, let's make Star Trek the movie. And I said that while that's what they were doing in terms of money, creatively, they were trying to copy 2001: A Space Odyssey. And I thought about it for a little bit, and I realized that it's essentially the exact same story.
Uh-huh. Yes, exactly.
An extremely advanced computer has appeared in the solar system that fucks with evolution, and a ship has to go in and investigate it, and a bunch of really weird, kind of ambiguous shit happens.
Right, and the end, a guy, like, I don't know, he's reborn or something,
Yeah,
right?
in both versions, their evolution is accelerated and they're turned into something new. Because I
Oh,
don't
what is the name of the guy in Star Trek too? What's the name of that guy who we all know is, because we've never seen him in any other Star Trek anything, so we know he's doomed.
Captain Decker.
Right.
Captain Decker.
Right. Decker.
The chick's name is Ilea.
Do you know his first name?
No, I don't know if he has one.
Wouldn't it be funny if it was Dave?
Dave Decker.
Well, because that's the guy in 2001.
Oh yeah. I think it's the dude.
Can't do that.
It's the actor from Seventh Heaven, isn't it? The dad.
Yep.
Yeah. I never watched that show.
I've seen bits and pieces of it.
I mean, neither.
I don't think I've ever seen a single episode of it.
And that actor is an admitted pedophile.
Is he?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
he admitted.
That's
and nobody caught him. He just decided to confess for some reason.
That weirds me out because when I see promos for Seventh Heaven, I'd always think that he looks like the pedophile father from a Lifetime movie I've seen called Liar Liar Between Father and Daughter.
Yeah, I know I've seen him in some other movie where he played like a bad guy. I just can't think of what it is.
Maybe it was the same actor. I don't know. I couldn't tell you who the fuck was in that movie. It's a Lifetime movie.
Oh wait, no, I got it. I remember where I know him from. Brewster's Millions, the movie where Richard Pryor has to spend a bunch of money in order to inherit even more.
Yeah. You're going to inherit a bunch of money, but you got to spend it all now.
Right. Because he needs to spend like $40 million because he's going to make like $400 million or something.
Oh, I thought he had to spend all of it.
Well, he does. He has to spend all this $40 million, but he's going to, if he can, he will make an additional $400 million or something.
Well, I know, but I thought like the plot was that he inherits a certain amount of money on the condition that he spends it over like a weekend for some reason. I never actually saw the movie.
Yes, that is the idea. He has to spend every dime, and it turns out to be much harder than he thought.
Wouldn't be hard for me.
He can't tell anybody that's what he's trying to do.
Oh.
Right? So his accountant, his best friends, everybody's like, dude, slow down. Invest this money. You know?
I would build a castle. I would build a stone fucking castle, and I would rent it out to Ren fairs for the rest of my life.
They go into that, too, because you can't, if you invest in something like real estate or the stock market, that's not considered spending the money.
Would it be an investment? Because I would live in that castle.
Right. You'd still have equity in the castle. You can't retain any property or like you can buy some Fabergé eggs, but then you got to smash the Fabergé eggs.
Okay, here's what I'd do. I would just go to every titty bar I could until I ran out of money. And I would get all 40 million in ones, and I would go in and just make it rain all night and have like completely tweaked out fucking strippers dancing on poles until they catch fire.
Right. Well, actually, you get the girls and you like hand them $1,000 a piece, and they're like, "You're leaving with me right now. We're hopping in the limo." Right.
A limo, man. I'm gonna need a bus for that.
Yeah, you're hopping in my porn bus.
Yeah.
Right?
With holes inside and shit. Fuck yeah, man. We completely got off track.
What are you talking about? We're totally on track. What? It's exactly
Star Trek.
Star Trek porn bus. What? I did connect.
Somehow the fucking actor from the fucking Christian propaganda WB show got us to porn bus.
Right, because he's the bad guy in, or one of the bad guys that's trying to make Brewster fail at his attempt to spend his millions.
There's not really anything memorable to say about him in the movie, though. Like in Star Trek. The whole movie, he's basically smarter than Captain Kirk. That's his character trait.
The whole movie itself is somewhat forgettable, honestly.
He comes on the Enterprise and is like, I'm taking over, you're not captain. Oh.
Well, my problem with the movie is that the first half is that just them getting on the Enterprise.
With the long montages of, like, not even a montage.
The second half of the movie is just them getting on to the alien ship.
Yeah.
So,
and that's where it becomes a lot like 2001. Because the moment they go inside V'ger, everything starts getting trippy and vaguely sexual.
Yeah, and there's a scene where they're flying through, and the light from whatever it is shooting through the screen. It's a screen.
Yeah.
I was like, no, it's not a window. It's a screen. Guys. I mean, this is your shit, and you're fucking it up.
I've never been completely clear on what the hell happens to that Ilea chick. She, like, disappears and then comes back as a robot, I guess, with a dot on her throat. But it's still her, but it's still her, but it's not still her.
Mm-hmm.
Like, either it's still her or V'ger and this guy had love at first sight. He fell madly in love with a computer really fast.
Yeah, I didn't like that much at all. It was made because of the success of Star Wars. For the most part.
Worst sequence in the movie is the, in my opinion, is the, I don't even remember what the fuck is happening. They're at warp, and they're about to hit an asteroid, I think. And it gets like, oh, we're going to hit an asteroid. Fire phasers. No, belay that order. And it takes
it's
forever.
Why did Spock leave the ship? He had to leave the ship just floating around in a spacesuit for some reason.
Yeah, he wanted to go see it himself first.
Now, what was the reason, though?
I don't know. He wanted to mind meld with the computer. I know that.
Okay, yeah, mind melded or something, I guess.
He wanted
but
to.
The real reason,
AI.
the real is I'm floating around in a spacesuit, just like 2001.
Yeah, they wanted to have a sequence like the space pod scene.
Mm-hmm.
And
so yeah, fuck that movie.
That thing I said about it being vaguely sexual, though, that's not a joke. They really did make the whole V'ger thing look vaguely like a woman's body. Like,
yeah.
There's that one shot that Nostalgia Critic pointed out. They said it's the vagina. It's V'ger's vagina. But previous to that, there's also a chamber that looks like a woman's birth canal.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the part that's like, it's Ilea's body. The whole thing is almost like an H.R. Geiger painting.
There was a bit of that going on because that was a thing at the time. That, incorporating human anatomy into stuff was a new idea.
Here's the thing, though. It's not done badly. If I were to give Star Trek the Motion Picture any fucking credit for anything, it's got good visuals.
Well, do you believe Mr. Plinkett when he says his favorite is the motion picture?
Yeah.
Really?
Staklasa, or however the hell you say his name, he's a big Star Trek nerd. I could see that being his favorite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess
But
so.
I think it's one of them cases where he might be saying it's objectively good to him, but his favorite to sit down and watch is probably a different one.
Yeah, true that.
Like the Rocky movies. Like you got your favorite, and then you've got the one that's objectively the best one.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody agrees Rocky 4 is the best one.
I don't know. Yeah, well, yeah.
What's the one with the Russian guy? Is that 2?
That's 4.
That's 4. Yeah, it is the best one.
Drago! I love the Rocky movies. All of them. Well, I don't love 5. 5 sucks, but I love all the other Rocky movies. No. We're getting off topic again. We're slipping over to Rocky. All right.
The Rocky movies.
Star Wars then.
Let's talk about Star Wars now. And what can be said about Star Wars that hasn't already been said?
I know what has never been said about Star Wars.
What's that?
Nobody talked about the no, never mind. There are ghosts in it. I was going to say ghosts. No, they're ghosts. Yeah. Obi-Wan, he's a ghost, so it does really have everything in it, doesn't it?
I think, well, when
Isn't
you talk
Star Wars like the ultimate mashup of all the best ideas?
I think it's the ultimate mashup of a bunch of editors really trying to save a terrible movie. Because it's my understanding, and this has been said by a lot of people, that the original cut of Star Wars was awful.
That is
Darth Vader's actual voice.
Not only was the original movie awful, the original script was apparently like batshit insane stupid. And the movie is the result of a lot of people telling George Lucas no.
Well, did you know? I mean, yeah. Of course, you know the original draft for Star Wars, where Han Solo was a lizard man and Anakin Star Killer and all the rest of that.
I know a little bit about it, but I've never actually read it.
Right, yeah, me neither, but I've heard the stories about...
I know the clip notes of it, yeah.
And they're turning it into a comic book series.
My cousin told me about that. He said it's apparently very good.
Well, I bet it's great.
But that's a comic book.
Like the blend of the familiar and the unfamiliar, you know?
Yeah. But Star Wars, it does have a lot of really like corny moments and some bad moments even. I think Teddy just cut out, so I guess.
No, I'm right here.
Oh, okay. It's got.
But I might pop in. Yeah, I'm saying.
I'm sure we all know Episode 4 really well. What would you guys say is the cheesiest bit of dialogue in the original Star Wars? And I'm gonna guess it's probably a Luke line. What do you say, John?
Honestly,
sorry, I missed the ending of that question.
I said, what is the cheesiest bit of dialogue from the original Star Wars movie? And I bet it's going to be a Luke quote.
well, when I first saw it, it was a Luke quote. But after I saw the first 3, 1, 2, and 3, and then went and watched 4 again, the cheesiest and most ironic bit of dialogue I could find was when Obi-Wan gives Luke his father's lightsaber and doesn't tell him a damn thing of what the fuck he did with it. It's like, here, take this. This was your father's. He slayed thousands of children with it.
That's not really a cheesy bit of dialogue. I'm talking like a groaner line.
Well, what you got something in mind? Sounds like. What do you think?
Oh man, let me think about it. Maybe use the Force, Luke. That's kind of a cheesy moment. Maybe, well, do we include the special editions?
Was the "It's a Trap" line from the first one or from
That's from Return of the Jedi.
Oh.
Well, it's it's I don't know. It's fairly well written as far as the dialogue's concerned. You know,
Mm.
I mean, the first one anyway.
Oh wait, no. I know what the cheesiest bit of dialogue was. I lost it for a second. Don't try to frighten us with your sorcerer's ways, Darth Vader.
I liked it because
It's one of them situations where Carrie Fisher and Mark Hamill put it best. Who the fuck talks like this?
well, yeah.
Don't frighten us with your sorcerer's ways, Lord Vader. Who the fuck says that? Your sorcerer's ways.
Well,
Your sad devotion to that ancient religion that there used to be thousands of followers of, and we know goddamn well gives people special powers that are fucking mind-blowing. That ancient religion, you fool.
yeah.
In the context of the rest of the series, that's a really, really stupid quote. Like, your sad devotion to that ancient religion when just 30 years ago there was an entire temple full of these motherfuckers. And everybody was well aware that they could do mind tricks and throw lightning and cause shock waves, and if you include the video games, yank fucking Star Destroyers out of orbit. Which is equally the stupidest and coolest thing that's ever been done with the Force. Coolest because, holy shit, he's yanking a Star Destroyer out of orbit. Stupidest because, wait a minute, if they can do that, how is there ever any war? Every time an invading force comes in, the Jedi just go outside and yank all their fucking ships down into the fucking planet and crash them. They just got a section of Coruscant dedicated to crashing ships on. It's a big mountain of broken stuff. Is Teddy still there?
I don't know. Are we gonna compare like visuals and shit now, or?
The visuals, That's actually a good question, because like I said, Star Trek does not have bad visuals or special effects.
It's just the storyline is.
But Star Trek came after Star Wars, and Star Wars was the movie that really, really, really raised the bar on special effects. Like, raised the bar to a level people didn't think it could go. Because there are shots in the original Star Wars from the original edition that still hold up today, and that's amazing for a movie from the 70s. Because most movies from the 70s, you watch them now and you're like, oh my god, this looks fucking terrible. Movies from the 90s, you can watch and go, holy shit, these special effects are bad. Like, how was I ever impressed by this?
I found myself doing that to the original Terminator the other day, and that made me sad.
What's that? You're breaking up again.
I found myself doing that to the original Terminator the other day, and it made me sad.
I still didn't hear. I think you said the original. Whoa! Teddy's back. You said the original Terminator? Oh, McDonald's noises. Fuck.
Yeah. What I make noises?
Not now, you ain't. John here said we should compare the special effects of the two movies.
Okay.
And my argument is that while Star Trek is really good, like really, really good, it came after Star Wars had raised the bar for everybody else. Like, Star Wars was a game changer. Star Trek was not a game changer. But if I heard you right a second ago, John, yes, I agree. The special effects in the original Terminator are awful.
I used to think those things were badass too, so it made me fucking sad.
The worst shot in the original Terminator is Arnold cutting out his eye, and the really obviously fake Arnold head.
Yeah, but that looked good at the time.
There's a shot just like that in Total Recall that looks just as bad.
Well, that looked better.
But I remember what the point I was making was. There's shots in Star Wars that still look good today, when there are so many movies, even from recent memory, that have special effects that don't hold up today.
True. And especially the 90s CGI craze with movies
Yeah.
look especially bad.
The 90s CGI wasn't all good. I actually saw that in the theater, episode 4 re-release.
Yeah.
And at the time, some of it was different than what they have on DVD now. Like, the Jabba the Hutt scene was a lot different. He looked really different.
Yeah. He looked
He
much
looked like
worse.
he looked like a really poorly done effect from episode 1. He still looks bad in the
Yes.
current version, but
Still looks bad.
that's my least favorite scene in the movie, and it's not even from the original movie.
Nope.
I hate that scene. I especially hate that CGI'd in Boba Fett.
Yeah, what was he doing there?
Because it's Boba Fett, and haha, look, Boba Fett's there. And he turns and looks at the camera. That's so fucking stupid.
Yep. And some people have now got the theory from that Boba Fett is the one who killed Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru.
I've heard that theory, and I whatever.
Yeah, I don't buy it.
Yeah, my opinion on that is what the fuck ever.
Much stormtroopers evidence the stormtroopers. But that's the thing, the stormtroopers can't hit the broadside of the gun.
Well, yeah, stormtroopers are notorious for being shots, but what henchmen in movies aren't?
True. I mean, but the idea that Boba Fett killed Uncle and Owen, well, whatever. No. There's a direct line. The Jawas led back home, right? That's what he says. They were looking for the droids.
Yeah.
On the Jawa skiff, they were looking for their droids, and they're like, oh no, that leads back home. And when he goes home, they're all dead. Clearly, stormtroopers did that.
And
Why not Boba Fett?
Boba Fett probably wouldn't make a line to look like sand people.
Right. And the argument
Really waste his time on somebody like Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru, honestly.
The only reason people have that theory is because they were reduced to bones when we don't see that happen to anybody else in the entire Star Wars series.
Right, it was supposedly a disintegration.
I agree that is unusual that happens.
Yeah, but
then again, Obi-Wan disappears into his cloak, so whatever.
Well, and with that movie, with the theory, I mean, about that movie, it includes that, the Empire would hire bounty hunters from time to time, right?
Yeah, but to find well, it was the Death Star plans.
But that's the thing. When Darth Vader brought in those bounty hunters in Empire Strikes Back, they make a point to have the other guys comment that that's not usual, right? One of the other soldiers is like, what's with the bounty hunters, right?
Well, to tell you the truth, there is one thing that shuts down that theory completely. Boba Fett did not exist yet. He is the one thing that survived the holiday special.
Right. He wasn't originally in the movie.
Yeah, he was not even an idea at the time. He's just something they took from the holiday special because he looked cool.
Yeah.
And, but, I mean, there's really not a whole lot to say about Star Wars that hasn't already been said, the original one.
Yep, not really.
Its pacing is damn near perfect. Everything leads up to a big, great fight on the at the Death Star. The sequence inside the Death Star, pretty much every moment of it is memorable. The whole movie's memorable. There's not really a scene in the movie that's not memorable.
Except for that one scene.
Like that one scene? Which one?
Yeah, see, you don't remember.
Yeah, okay. Haha.
Oh, there you go.
So should we move on to the next?
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Because the next is Wrath of Khan versus Empire.
That sounds like a good title right there.
That's a lot of people like Wrath of Khan. People who don't like Star Trek like Wrath of Khan.
Yes, because it's damn good.
It's damn good. It's there's really nothing about it I would change. Not even any casting choices.
There's a few. I don't even know. It really is pretty solid.
I might be remembering this wrong, but I swear to God, Zod's blonde assistant boy looks just like Cillian Murphy.
He does.
He
Yeah,
does.
not to mention. Yeah.
Weird. I've heard Ricardo Montalban wore a plastic chest. Is that true?
Oh, I don't know.
I've heard his glorious man boobs were actually plastic chest to make him look more buff.
That might be the case. I don't even know. He did have a necklace that would kind of cut his neckline.
I would say, I'll say this though about the Khan character. I have never watched the original series. The only episode I think I've ever seen is the Tribbles episode, because fucking everybody has seen that one. I don't know anything about the Khan character from the series, and I know he was in the series. I've only read about it.
Yeah, I never saw the Khan episode either.
Yeah, and you don't need to see that episode.
Right, no, you don't.
Like, plenty of people enjoy this movie without knowing who this character is, because he's such a good character, and he makes such an impact.
Hold on one second, I'll be right back.
John, what do you got to say about Wrath of Khan?
Other than the fact that I've only seen it one time, and the time I saw it was, I don't know, I'm one of those people who aren't really impressed by it, honestly.
You heathen. You godless commie heathen.
Just shoot the fucking thing.
You're a godless commie heathen. Go back to Russia, you evil son of a bitch.
Okay.
How can you not like Wrath of Khan? I gotta hear this.
I didn't say I didn't like it, I just said I wasn't too impressed by it. I was one of those people who watched all the Star Wars films before I watched Star Trek, and the only thing I remember Wrath of Khan for was the whole thing of, I think it was either Spock or just yelling, Khan! The whole time.
I've been...
Not the whole time.
Not
He
yet.
does it
People have made that scene into such a joke, and it's really not that silly in context.
No, it's dramatic.
Out of context, it's funnier than hell, but in context, it's really, really dramatic.
Right.
Because it's not about that line, it's about that speech that Khan makes, where he's like, oh, no, I got you. I'm going to do what you did to me. I'm going to leave you in the center of a dead fucking planet. He looks like he's getting off to it. He's so satisfied that it could end this way.
Yep.
Because killing him is one thing, but like beating him the way that he was beaten, oh man, that's satisfying.
Yep.
Of course, he doesn't realize that he left him in a planet that has a bountiful Eden in its center.
See, the thing about Star Trek 2 that's so good is the way it bounced back from the motion picture.
Oh yeah, a complete shift in direction.
Everybody hated the costumes, the uniforms they made him wear in the motion picture, because apparently they had to. There's a zipper in the back, so they had to basically take the whole thing off to go to the bathroom. Right.
That's something we forgot to mention. The bad costumes in the first movie.
Right, and everybody had some kind of big belt buckle thing communicated instead. You know, it was weird.
I
And
didn't I
yeah.
didn't like those uniforms either. They looked really ugly.
And Bones had a very special uniform, unlike anybody else, with an extra wide '70s collar for no reason.
Yeah,
Nobody else had a collar. He had one because fucking I'm the doctor.
he looked like fucking Saturday Night Fever.
Yeah, exactly.
But Star
But
Trek 2, they went back to the color schemes of the original series.
well, they all wore maroon, right?
Let me take that back because I forgot the color scheme in the original series is different than the rest of the fucking series. Because in the original series, the command color is yellow, and in every
Right.
other incarnation, yellow is like engineers and people like that.
Well, see, with the new color scheme was actually the sweater under the maroon jacket.
Yeah,
and and he was a white sweater. Others wore like a tan or a brown or a gray. This is very subtle color differences, but everybody wore the maroon jacket, which obviously I think is the best Star Trek uniform compared to pretty much anything out there.
It looks classy.
Mm-hmm. Although I don't like the way Kirk would always wear it, with the thing open.
Yeah, that was distracting a little bit.
He's always wearing it open.
Well,
like,
it's because Kirk always got his shirt ripped, and that was as close as he could get.
I'm wearing it open.
Shatner was trying his hardest to show off his manly chest to compete with Zod. I about called him Zod. With Khan's manly chest. Boy, that would be a good versus battle. Khan versus Zod.
Yeah, and there's been a remake of that too. They've both been played by newer actors, right?
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
I still haven't seen Into Darkness.
You haven't? Oh man.
No. Is it good?
No. He says it's decent. I'm gonna say no. It's not good.
No. Oh well.
It's a good movie. It's a good space battle movie. It's just not a good Star Trek movie. Because Star Trek has all. We'll get to it. Anyway, Wrath of Khan. I think the Genesis device is so fucking cool. Like, that's just the coolest goddamn thing I think I've ever seen in a sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
A Genesis device. That's fucking awesome. You can just make a habitable planet.
That was actually my first Sega Genesis reference in a video I did. When I was talking about Star Trek Wrath of Khan, I said that he wanted to get the Genesis device. So then I showed I photoshopped Khan with a Genesis controller in his hand. And he's like, he wants to get his hands on the Genesis device. And then, I had not yet started collecting Genesis at the time.
The battle sequences in Wrath of Khan are excellent. Mm-hmm. Like, every shot matters. Every shot. It's so different than today, where the fucking Enterprise has like a machine gun laser, like it shoots really fast, and they can take all these shots, and all these explosions happen all over the ship. In Wrath of Khan, every fucking shot changed the dynamic of the battle, and every one of them caused serious damage to the other ship. And, like, the Reliant is supposed to be a much more inferior to the Enterprise, and it keeps up with the Enterprise. They have that fucking kick-ass blind battle in the Nebula. I love that sequence.
Wow.
That part where, like, they're looking around trying to see him through the fuzzy-ass screen, and then, oh, fuck, we're about to crash into him!
Right, because they have no visuals.
Yeah, and then Spock's like, his pattern suggests two-dimensional thinking. He's like, oh, fuck, yeah, let's go below him. it's like a really good submarine battle.
That's exactly what it was, too. There was a German film called Das Boot, right?
I've heard of Das Boot, but I have not seen it.
It is the best submarine movie of them all. Any submarine movie you've ever seen borrows from Das Boot.
The only one I
Right.
think I've ever seen is The Hunt for Red October.
Yeah, and that does it. But the Star Trek also took all of their cues and their nautical references. I mean, we're talking about photon torpedoes, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about
I'll be
mooring
right back, guys.
and
He said he'll be right back.
you know, starboard and port and stuff, other commands, you know, clear all moorings and stuff like that. They have moorings.
Who the hell directed Wrath of Khan?
A good director.
Yeah, well, I can't agree there.
What the fuck was his name? Hold on a second. Let's find out.
Because that's something I never hear brought up about the movie is the direct. They never talk about the director or the writer, and I don't know why. Maybe it was one of those directors that just did one good movie, and then after that, everything they made sucked, like Francis Ford Coppola. Oh,
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, Bram Stoker's Dracula, right?
I'm just kidding. Fucking. I forgot his name already.
Which guy?
Francis Ford Coppola. I apologize, Ford Coppola fans. He's made some good shit. He's made a lot of shit too.
Directed by Nicholas Meyer. Oh, okay.
I don't know that name.
He's done some stuff. Let's see his filmography real quick. Nicholas Meyer has also done. He did Wolf. I think he did Wolf. Just off the top of my head.
The reason I was asking also is because later on in the series we get movies directed by cast members of Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
We get a Shatner-made movie. We get a Nimoy-made movie. I think the guy who plays Riker did a couple movies. I can never remember his name.
Jonathan Frakes.
Yes. Who is the most badass first mate of any Star Trek series. But only after he grew the beard. The beard gave him special powers.
So he directed Star Trek 2, right? And a lot of stuff for TV. But he also directed Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country.
I love Star Trek 6.
So he's directed what I consider two of the best of the Star Trek movies.
I would say those are the two best.
And he directed, before Star Trek 2, he did Time After Time.
Huh?
Which is a movie starring Malcolm McDowell as H.G. Wells, who actually travels. He travels to present-day 80s New York.
Malcolm McDowell is going to come up in this conversation later.
Yeah, he will.
Yeah.
Mm. Well, actually, if we talk about the first 6 Star Treks or the first 6 Star Wars, then he won't. Because we won't even mention
Well, we're going to talk about the other Star Trek movies, too. We're just going to talk about them separate.
We still have to talk about the second Star Wars.
Because as far as I'm concerned, none of those movies compare to any Star Wars product, so there's no point in doing a versus. But, yeah, we haven't talked about Empire. Empire is probably the best sequel ever.
compared to Star Trek 2, actually.
Yeah. Well,
Star Trek 2 improved a lot of things over the first movie, while Star Wars 2, you know, basically just continued a lot of good things in a good way.
yeah, Star Trek and Star Wars Empire Strikes Back was another game changer.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody was blown away by the first movie, and they all thought, wow, there's no way this could get any better. And then Empire came out, and everybody was like, oh my god, this is amazing. And Empire is another one that's got like nothing but good sequences. The Battle of Hoth is fucking amazing.
Yeah, that's one of the best sequences in any Star Wars movie.
It also
And
has the
it's
most memorable
just-
lines with it from any Star Wars movie ever made, too. So
Say what?
it has the most memorable dialogue out of any of the movies, too. So
I would say that's probably true too. I think it gets quoted more than any of the other ones.
Yeah.
The Battle of Hoth is just long enough too. It's not too long to where you're like, oh my god, let this be over, and it's not so short that you're like, well, that was disappointing. And it doesn't slow the movie down. It could have easily have drawn out for fucking ever and been half the movie. But they said, no, we're going to do this for about 10 minutes, and then we're going to continue with the story. We're going to get off this fucking planet, and we're going to get shit going. And then immediately, the tension is still building because fucking the Millennium Falcon is being chased by a fucking Star Destroyer, which I think only existed once Empire came out.
Yeah.
I don't think there were Star Destroyers in the first Star Wars. I think those were interdictors.
Oh, no, there were, yeah.
I don't think those were, dude. I think those were interdictors.
But the Super Star Destroyer is what came in Empire Strikes Back.
Hold up, I gotta look up a picture of what the ships in episode 4 looked like.
They were Star Destroyers, big triangle-looking ships, but then the Super Star Destroyers were just that, and then extended to like a aircraft carrier kind of thing, you know.
That's not a Star Destroyer.
Well, yeah, it's
not. It's an interdictor class. The Star Destroyer is bigger. I'm a big Star Trek dude. I mean Star Wars nerd, man. I'm pretty sure about this.
I always thought that the other one was the Super Star Destroyers.
They are. There are interdictor classes, and then there's Star Destroyers, and then there's Super Star Destroyers.
Right, and the first scene in the movie is this regular, in the first Star Wars is just a Star Destroyer.
No, it's an interdictor, goddammit. It's something that's about half the size of a Star Destroyer. But the first scene in Empire Strikes Back, yeah, you see a fucking Super Star Destroyer, and you're like, wow, so the Death Star wasn't the only thing they had.
Right. But, I mean, can I share pictures here?
You should be able to. Careful not to show your face again.
Right. Share screen. Hitting share screen. What do I do? Just taskbar? I don't even know.
I'm not sure. I don't remember how to do it.
Are you seeing my screen now?
Nope. Still just the Robo Teddy. Your icon in the bottom has something on it. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
I see so many.
There. See that?
Yes. That is a Star Destroyer. In the foreground.
Next to. Right, and then a Super Star Destroyer, which showed up Empire behind it.
Now look up, type in Episode 4 Star Destroyer, and I'll show you what the difference is. Because it's not a Star Destroyer. See how much? Yeah, see how much bigger the top section is?
There.
Yeah, that is called an interdictor class.
Oh, sure, yeah.
It's like a Star Destroyer. The Star Destroyers are just bigger.
Okay.
All the Empire has a bunch of shit. That one right down there, the one with the domes on it. What is that called?
That's got to be from the expanded universe.
It is.
That's
an interdictor. Never mind, that's an interdictor. That one has a gravity well in it. prevents you from going to hyperdrive. Well, fuck, if it's not called an interdictor, I don't remember what it's called. But it's not a Star Destroyer. That much I'm fucking positive of.
That's a Star Destroyer. That's a Super
That
Star
is,
Destroyer.
yes, that is definitely a Star Destroyer. Which are fucking huge. And then there's the Super Star Destroyer that's seriously like a fucking... It's huge! I mean, god damn, that thing is fucking gigantic.
Now look at
Gamera.
this. That is not a Star Destroyer.
Oh, yeah.
But that is a spaceship that shows up in Gamera, Super Monster, which came out in 1980, right? And they even have a shot where it flies overhead right out of Star Wars, right?
How well do you know anime, Teddy?
I know enough to get by.
You want to hear something really ridiculous?
What?
Okay, you know the big robot genre of anime, right?
Yeah.
The largest mech in anime history is from Gurren Lagann, and it is 15 times the size of the observable universe.
Oh, from what's it called?
Gurren Lagann.
Yeah. Oh man, it's a Japanese word.
It's 15 times the size of the observable universe, and it uses galaxies as throwing stars.
Yeah, the biggest robots in the entire universe. I saw some videos about just how big those guys are.
But back to Empire. What's your favorite sequence in the movie, both of you?
My favorite part in the movie would probably be the whole entire Battle of Hoth.
The Battle of Hoth. Mine is Vader versus Luke.
The reason I like Battle of Hoth so much is because it, like you said, it didn't last too long, but it also put forth the proper amount of drama to where it made you wonder if everything was going to be alright with the characters and everything like that. Because if I remember correctly, they ended up getting destroyed in that battle.
Oh yeah, the rebels got crushed in that battle. Oh, and that's the sequence that introduced us to the AT-AT Walker, one of the coolest goddamn things in movie history.
The machine gun camera.
I love the AT-AT. It's fucking amazing. It's like a giant war turtle.
I grew up calling it the Snow Walker.
The Snow Walker. I always thought it looked like a giant turtle, like a really fucking tall turtle. I've heard some people say it looks like a camel.
Yeah, well, that's from John Tron, saying that in the Atari game it looked like a camel.
Oh, well, I haven't played Atari.
Indiscernible from a camel. Basically, he said, you could call this game Bird versus Camel. And nobody would question it at all, because, you know, it's just you flying around in a ship that looks a little like a bird shooting at a... Yeah.
Empire Strikes Back is also a movie that proves that Star Wars is insanely fleshed out in the expanded universe, because Empire Strikes Back fucking background props have backstories.
Yep.
Because, I mean, okay, I'm going to be fair here. I didn't know this for the longest time, because for the longest time I had only seen Empire Strikes Back on VHS. I'd never watched it widescreen. And I wasn't aware that IG-88 was in a scene, but I was aware that IG-88 is a background prop of a broken droid in the junk room scene of Cloud City. And IG-88 went on to be a really fucking fleshed out character. He's a sentient fucking bounty hunter droid.
And his brain was put into the second Death Star.
Yeah, and there's like several of him. He's got more than one body.
Yep.
And he's a cool looking droid, don't get me wrong, but I always thought it was funny that a background prop got a backstory. But that's true of like everything you see in Star Wars, in all the movies. Every character has a ridiculous amount of story to them.
That's same case with Star Trek. You know?
Yeah, I guess that's true. I don't know if it's true to the same extent though, because like even the Cantina people have backstories in Star Wars.
All right, but that is also has to do with nobody allowed just whatever to become part of Star Trek's canon, but George Lucas did. He just was like, sure,
Yeah, money.
yeah, do it.
Um,
And supposedly he's read like all the books.
yeah, I've heard that. I wonder what he thought of all of them. I wonder what his favorite was.
I'll tell you, his mindset's probably like, they're all good. They all have something.
They all have lightsabers. That's good enough.
They're all pretty good.
I read a couple of them. One of them I read. There's a Hutt Sith.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
No, wait,
and
no.
no,
No.
it's actually pretty badass because the way it's described is that Hutts are actually really agile. Jabba's just a big, lazy, fat bastard. And they're really powerful. Like, they can swipe you with their tail and beat the shit out of you. And this one knows how to fight with a lightsaber, and Leia fights him. And Leia fucking cleaves this motherfucker, and it's described as, like, really gross when she cuts open the Hutt. Like, his guts just spill out everywhere.
Yeah.
Because,
I would
yeah,
imagine.
for those of you who don't know, in the expanded universe, Leia becomes a Jedi, too.
Yeah. Which is understandable because she's Luke's sister. Of course, she'd have some sort of tension.
But,
And force-sensitive people are hard to come by.
yeah. Well, kinda.
Yeah.
I don't know. The EU, I mean, it really starts to become like, man, the entire sequence of events of this galaxy revolve around like 30 people.
Yeah.
And like everything these people do affects everything. And it goes back all the way like 30,000 fucking years. There's so much to the EU. Knights of the Old Republic, holy shit, that game, the story of that game is better than the whole fucking prequel trilogy. Combined and then some.
I mean,
I think,
fuck
yeah.
the Clone Wars animation TV show's a lot better than the fucking prequel movies themselves.
I haven't watched any of the TV shows.
Oh my god, if you really want to get down to the Clone Wars TV show, it's well worth the watch because it makes George Lucas's movies look like complete other shit in cartoon form.
I saw the original Clone Wars cartoon. I saw part of it, and
No,
I remember.
the Sky cartoon.
I know what you're talking about, but the original Clone Wars cartoon had what I consider the biggest fuck you weapon in fiction. This gigantic fucking ship. It looks like a world devastator. It just floats over the enemy army and then smashes them like bugs. And then it floats off.
I think I know what you're talking about because I try to forget about that fucking Clone Wars cartoon so bad.
No, dude. If that is worth remembering. That is the fucking most excellent weapon ever created.
I'm not gonna lie, the weapon idea in it is good, but the story in that one was just utter shit.
I laughed so hard when I saw what it did, dude. It just floats over you and then, fuck you! Boom!
Pretty much.
Army gone. You win. Star Wars is great for ridiculous, gigantic, overpowered fuck you weapons like the Death Star or the Super Star Destroyer.
And you wonder why Gundam doesn't do shit like that.
Um,
I loved Gendy Tarakovsky's animated Star Wars Clone Wars. I think it was just perfect. Kinetic action in animated form with Star Wars as the tapestry that the whole thing was painted with. But it had the same thrill, it had the same like sense of adventure and action as his other work, Samurai Jack, right?
are we talking the original cartoon or the new one?
The original micro series is what they called it. They put it out as 10-minute episodes every
Okay,
Friday
that's the one.
on Cartoon Network. Yeah,
That's the one I've seen, and I remember it having a lot of really good sequences.
so
Uh,
many good sequences
the
broken into
fir-
10-minute chunks.
the
With the
fight.
best thing Anakin Skywalker ever did, out even in the movies, was his battle with the bald-headed chick.
I was just
Right.
about to say that his first fight with Asajj Ventress is like amazing,
And on so many levels, on
and
the dramatic way that it was done, how he ends up with one of the red lightsabers by the end.
the
But
flash of like Yoda and Mace Windu and Obi-Wan as he's losing his mind with rage. I love that.
and when they fight, and then knock each other back, and then stand there for a second while it starts to rain. You
Yeah,
know, that little quiet moments of just like, look how awesome that looks, was never seen in any of the prequel movies.
not really, no.
Even though the movie had terrible pacing issues that just dragged, it never did the other and just stood there and looked at a character for a second. It didn't do that. Maybe a little bit in Sith, where Anakin's standing there and like,
It
ooh,
did,
look at
it
him.
did a little bit in Sith, and I don't like to agree with Doug Walker, but he made a good point. While his dialogue was really bad, tell that motherfucker to give a mean look, and he'll give a mean look.
Yeah.
Hayden Christensen can act with his face, but nobody could have delivered that dialogue.
No, but he's still not a good actor. I don't care. He can do a Blue Steel. Great.
No,
That's what he's doing.
he
He's
can
a
do
little.
more than Blue Steel. You're stealing that from Kevin Smith.
You know what's messed up about the
I never heard Kevin Smith make that reference, but you know, I
Really?
am. Yeah.
Oh, well, but he's got two faces. He does that Blue Steel thing, and then he does, like, sad and crying.
Or you know what's messed up about the whole Hayden Christensen thing though?
Say what?
You know what's messed up about the whole Hayden Christensen thing though?
What's that?
Apparently there's been rumors, and I don't really know if it's true or not, but apparently he signed on for episode 8 and 9.
Oh,
I have heard
yeah.
that.
I've
I have heard that. Yeah.
You know what? I'm fine with that because it'll answer my question of whether or not he would be a better Darth Vader with a better director.
Yeah.
Because, okay, here's something we do need to mention about Empire Strikes Back. One of the things that makes it so good is that George Lucas is not the director.
Yeah. Well, okay,
Irvin
yeah.
Irvin Kershner is the director, and Irvin Kershner did something that George Lucas never fucking allows. He got for improvisation and changing scenes on the, not just here's your dialogue, read it. And that led to one of Han Solo's greatest moments. If it was Lucas directing it, we wouldn't have that moment where she's like, I love you, and he says, I know.
Right.
He would have said, I love you too, which is not very Han Solo. But Lucas has been trying to cut the balls off Han Solo for years. So
And Han Solo's a badass, so.
I know, but with the whole Han shooting for, oh hey, let's step back to episode 4 for a moment. Han shot first. We all know what's happened.
Yep.
And George Lucas's excuse is that, well, I don't think you can redeem someone who would shoot first, and yet Anakin Skywalker gets redeemed.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Murdered children.
yes, he murdered children, and
Little
he gets
children.
redeemed.
Little children begging him for help. Master Skywalker, what do we do? Die!
Yeah.
But Irvin Kershner was a good director for the movie.
Yes, and Irving Kershner is a good director outside of that too.
Yeah, he directed RoboCop 2, man. RoboCop 2 was
Yep.
RoboCop 2
And,
was Kismet. It was awesome. I love RoboCop 2.
and he directed one of the James Bond movies.
Oh, I'm not. I wonder which one.
Never Say Never Again.
I think I've seen that one.
That was one that was a unofficial James Bond movie because some other studio happened to own the rights to the story. What's the guy? Ian Fleming's Thunderball story, right?
Ah, okay.
So it really is Thunderball, but
I have not seen a lot of the James Bond movies. I have seen the new ones, though, except Quantum of Solace. I turned that one off. That one bored me.
Yeah.
We keep
Well, the
getting
Pierce
off track.
Brosnan ones were bad too.
We keep getting off track. Yoda. Does everybody love Yoda? Original Yoda, before he was stupid.
Of course.
Who doesn't love Yoda?
Yoda was so good in Empire, and they fucked him up so badly in the prequels. It's unbelievable how much they fucked him up.
Well, okay. Empire Strikes Back has so many good scenes. It's so well balanced, right?
And
The Hoth scene is great. Dagobah, the Cloud City, the asteroid scene, right?
The fucking worm thing that they go inside.
Yeah, and of course the final battle with Darth Vader.
My favorite sequence in the movie. Oh man, okay, that's something that he changed in the special edition. Originally, he took this out. The scene where Luke gets his hand cut off, I am your father, join me, and he drops down. Not only did he insert a scream into the original, the original 90s re-release had a scream, and it wasn't just a scream, it was the same scream the Emperor gives when he's thrown down the shaft of fucking in Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
And it's terrible. It's an example of Lucas being a really fucking stupid director and writer. Oh, he's falling. He should scream.
See, okay. I just saw a documentary about the making of THX 1138, right?
A movie that I admit is better than I gave it credit for after seeing it again recently.
Yeah, and the special edition is an improvement.
Oh, fuck yes. I wasn't aware I was watching a special edition of the movie, but watching it, I was like, wow, he's made some changes. And they look good. They actually look good.
He expanded that universe in a really interesting visual way. It's great.
The movie...
But he's in the documentary. He's talking about how somebody else wrote THX 1138, right? But it was But then that script was a short story that he turned into his college thesis film.
Yeah, which I've also seen.
So then he wanted to give it to a writer to expand on it, and the writer was like, "Why don't you try writing it?" Right? So he was like, "I can't write." And so he tried it, he did his best, and he handed it to Francis Ford Coppola to read, and he was like, yeah, you can't write. And I'm like, that's part of the problem. He's not good with the dialogue.
He's good at ideas.
But that's why he had guys like, what's the name of that writer that he worked with that's back for J.J. Abrams' movie?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure.
He's got one of the writers back, big guys. But he did. He gave it to other people to help beef up the dialogue, give better lines and shit like that. Because he knows he's not that good to write it.
The movie's derivative, though.
Yeah.
It's very, very derivative.
But in a good way.
It has its own identity, I won't lie, but it's very, very derivative. It's derivative of 1984, it's derivative of Metropolis. It's some of it is a little too ham-fisted, the dialogue, like the pseudo-Jesus thing saying, work hard, buy more, take your pills.
Yeah.
That's the buy more line. That's just a little too ham-fisted for me.
Alright, so should we move on to episodes 6 and 3 then?
Yes, all right, Empire, everybody.
Yes.
Oh, that's such a tough call, though. I might have to be the tiebreaker or whatever. I'm not the tiebreaker. There's no tie. I lose. But I'm going to, because Star Trek is such an improvement on the first film. You know?
Let me give it a serious thought for a second. See what.
But Empire is fantastic. You know, you got Yoda, you got Boba Fett, you got this. Really, but Star Trek Wrath of Khan does one thing. Right? It does one thing.
It's on a shitty movie that came before it.
Okay, here's
right. Yeah, it does that very well.
Here's a good, tough question. Okay, which one of them works better as on its own? Can you watch Empire Strikes Back without having seen the first Star Wars? And
I don't know if you can even see either one of them without knowing anything. You know.
I think you can, because I didn't know shit about Star Trek as a kid, and I loved Wrath of Khan. That's the reason I started watching Star Trek was Wrath of Khan. I was like, wow, this actually isn't that bad.
Right.
Honestly, with the way I think you honestly can watch Empire Strikes Back without knowing much about Episode 4. At least now. Or if we're talking about like back then, I don't think would have been able to do it.
Right.
But now,
at the same time, I don't think it's possible because they're so well known. Star Trek and Star Wars. How could you possibly not know anything about them at all?
Yeah, that's true.
If we're talking like back then and everything, before we had the whole series and the internet and shit like that, I'd probably say no, you couldn't. But now,
I'm not old enough to remember, but I heard the ending of Empire Strikes Back left people a little pissed. Not even pissed. That's the wrong word. Just like, oh my God, really, we're ending there.
Some people were a little annoyed by it, I'm sure.
But then again, that's kind of a good thing because it leaves you excited for the next movie.
Yes.
Look, because the ending to Empire. Or?
Empire,
yeah. The ending of Star Trek Wrath of Khan almost feels like a tie-off and, an end to the series.
Yes. And I think people were sad, but nobody was pissed about that ending because they earned it.
The end of Star Trek Wrath of Khan deserves to be mentioned. It's a very emotional scene.
Oh my God. It's so good.
The eulogy is very, very good. Shatner is a better actor than people give him credit for. I'm just going to go ahead and say it.
Or he was.
He needed the right director, and he needed to, I guess, be in a good mood. But he's capable of delivering some good fucking scenes.
And it really, you can kill off any character you want to in any movie, but they really earned that.
Oh my God, I forgot Spock died. Yeah. I was talking about the eulogy, and I wasn't even thinking about the scene right before it where Spock dies, and you just want to bawl your eyes out.
Yeah, but Empire killed off a character, Han Solo. For all intents and purposes, he was dead. Right.
Yeah.
In fact, Harrison Ford wasn't even intending to come back for Return of the Jedi.
He didn't want to come back. He thought the character should die, and he wasn't
Yeah,
the only one who thought that. He
he
wanted,
felt like it was complete. Yeah,
yeah,
my character arc is complete.
he wanted Han Solo to sacrifice himself for his friends. But Lucas was like, no, 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 no. Which, whatever. It's his script. He can say whatever. But,
Yeah.
I would say the ending of Star Trek is way more emotional than the ending of Empire.
If they would have kept Solo dead, I think it would be a close call on the emotional factor, but
I never felt like Han Solo was dead. I never felt like this was the last we were going to see of them. It
Yeah,
just,
not
I
here
can't,
either.
I can't imagine anybody did it. But with the end of Wrath of Khan, their ending, credits, Spock is dead. He's dead. Like,
Right.
dead, dead. But then we get to the next movie where he comes back.
And they tell you in the title, Search for Spock. That's what it was called.
Yeah, he got better.
He got better.
I guess I'm going to have to give it to Empire. It's great. I can't deny how great Empire Strikes Back is.
Nope, can't deny it. But I just want to acknowledge that it is pretty much the best Star Wars movie versus the best Star Trek movie. Right?
Yes.
So I'll give it to Star Wars, but Star Trek is going down fighting. Wrath of Khan, yeah, he's crawling up with the half bloody face, going like, "Yeah, okay, Empire's a better movie."
I spit at thee.
Such good dialogue, such great stuff. It's so hard though.
Dialogue directly lifted from Moby Dick, though. Let's be honest.
Well, Star Trek's done that a couple times, didn't they?
It has done it quite a few times.
The First Contact was all about, he kept calling him Captain Ahab and stuff. Ahab.
Okay, now we move on to the third movie in the series where a lot of people say on both accounts that the quality dropped off. I don't agree with that in Jedi's case, but I do agree with that with Search for Spock, because Search for Spock isn't very good.
I agree with that a bit with Return of the Jedi. I do.
Okay, make your case.
Well, because Return of the Jedi doesn't have as many strong emotional moments as a film. And lots of people like to bitch about the Ewoks. I happen to like the Ewoks.
I like the Ewoks too. I think the Ewoks are fine.
Yeah, but that complaint could be made about the Ewoks.
I can understand why people don't like the Ewoks, but I don't know. I don't see what the big deal is. They're not that strange.
Yeah.
There have been dumber aliens in Star Wars. Even up to that point, there had been dumber aliens in Star Wars. Like the big snail-looking guy in the cantina, or the guy that looked like the devil. I always thought he stood out really bad.
He did stand out pretty stupid. I don't know what his deal is. I'm sure he has a backstory.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe there was a giant praying mantis in the background, too. I don't know if it appears in the movie, but I've seen behind-the-scenes footage where one of them was a giant fucking praying mantis because Mark Hamill called it a cricket. He's like, there's a cricket in the scene, and we're all like, this movie's going to be stupid. That's something we didn't mention. Star Wars is the movie nobody had faith in.
That's true.
Even the people making it, everybody was like, this is fucking stupid. Alec Guinness hated Star Wars. Hated it. He would not acknowledge you if you brought up Star Wars.
Really?
Yes, he fucking hated it. You didn't know that? He
Mark
won.
Hamill?
No, Alec Guinness.
Okay.
One kid asked him for his autograph one time. He said, "I'll sign you an autograph if you promise to never watch Star Wars ever again." And I guess it made the kid cry.
He's like, never mind. I don't want your autograph.
For some reason, though, he came back and did 2 more of them. So whatever, money speaks, I guess. He hated that was the only movie people knew him for. I
Well,
guess
he's old.
I can understand why that would piss him off, because he apparently had been in better movies.
Well, you know Martin Landau, right?
Who's that?
You know, he played Dracula and Ed Wood.
Oh, okay. Wait, no, I
Bela
haven't
Lugosi.
seen that one.
Bela Lugosi, right? He played Bela Lugosi, but
Okay.
he was in a couple other movies
Oh,
because
that's great.
he won an Oscar for that performance, so he was in a couple other movies. But originally he was on the Mission Impossible show, right?
Oh.
And I remember seeing him all pissed off about the Tom Cruise movie because he was on the original TV show and like, yeah. What was it? He went to the premiere of Mission Impossible, and there was a person interviewing people on the red carpet, and she says to Martin Landau, like, Martin Landau, Oscar winner, Martin Landau, what are you doing here? And he's like, what do you mean, what am I doing here? I was in the original show.
Yeah,
and he got all pissed. he got pissed. He was like, what the hell's the matter with you? He walked away and then came back and continued yelling at the lady. Like, what the hell's the matter with you? You're supposed to be a professional.
Cooter from Dukes of Hazzard hated the Dukes of Hazzard movie.
Dukes of Hazzard movie.
Yeah. I like the Dukes of Hazzard. Fuck y'all. That's a
With Jessica Simpson or whatever, or the actual Dukes of Hazzard.
both. I thought the movie was fine. It wasn't really Dukes of Hazzard, but it was still a fun movie. But the series, I love the series. Boss Hogg and Roscoe P. Coltrane are the best bumbling evil duo of all time. They're so fucking fun, and they're so good together.
I thought the movie was great. I thought Johnny Knoxville and what's his name, Stifler.
Yeah.
Good choices. Good choices to play those roles.
I liked...
yeah, I didn't necessarily like Jessica Simpson because she's blonde. Like, okay, there's a million hot brunettes you could have gotten, you know.
I liked Uncle Jesse being played by Willie Nelson.
Oh, yeah. And who played Boss Hogg?
That was bad. I didn't like who they got to play Boss Hogg or Roscoe. It was Burt Reynolds and the guy who plays Swamp Thing.
Yeah. Burt Reynolds.
And the guy who plays Swamp Thing in fucking Con Air.
Well, see, they got Burt Reynolds because, hey, Burt Reynolds, right?
But
and
Boss Hogg's the little ugly fat man.
Right, it should have been Danny DeVito, but...
Yeah! Oh, wow, I never thought of that. That would have been great.
But they got Burt Reynolds because, for the most part, the Dukes of Hazzard was Smokey and the Bandit, the TV show.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They were always running from the man in their fast car, except there were 2 of them.
Destroying charger after charger after charger after charger.
Yeah.
All right. So we're doing.
Back to Star Wars.
What are you talking about?
We're talking about Jedi. Okay, so
there's a straight line from that to Dukes of Hazzard. I don't see why you're not seeing it.
Now I'm just imagining Dukes of Hazzard in space.
We had that. It was called Spaceballs.
Dukes of
We should
Hazzard
talk
in
about
space.
Spaceballs later, just to bring it up. But Jedi.
Spaceballs versus Galaxy Quest, right?
I have to watch all of Galaxy Quest first.
You got the perfect Star Wars spoof versus this perfect Star Trek spoof movie.
Never give up, never surrender.
That's right.
I liked the aliens who talk like this.
By craft Thor's hammer, I shall avenge thee.
Anyway, goddamn it, back to Star Wars. Empire, Return of the Jedi. I think Return of the Jedi has a better opening sequence than Empire. That is probably not going to be agreed by both of you.
I actually like Return of the Jedi more than I like Empire.
Oh,
Randall,
really?
Randall
Wow.
would love you. Hey, get out of there.
So why though? What's a big reason?
I like the opening sequence more because I just think it's cool. I love the Jabba's palace sequence and the build up to the fight above the Sarlacc. And I don't care about Boba Fett getting bitched out because I don't like Boba Fett that much. As far as I'm concerned, the only thing that counts with Boba Fett is the movies, and in the movies he's fucking worthless.
Yeah,
He didn't. He didn't catch Han Solo. Fucking Darth Vader did. Vader handed him over after using him as a guinea pig, and then in the Jabba's palace scene, his dumbass falls into the Sarlacc pit. And in the expanded universe, his dumbass has fallen into the Sarlacc pit an additional 2 times. He keeps falling
nice.
falling into the same sand vagina and getting his way out. So,
Yeah, well, hey,
fuck Boba
the
Fett.
best thing you can do with a vagina is go in,
I get
come out, go back in,
I guess
come out again,
that's
go
the
back
ultimate.
in.
He just wants to keep fucking that sand pussy. Oh,
That's right.
and we get sexy ass Carrie Fisher when she was still sexy in her awesome fucking slave outfit.
Yep.
According to Carrie Fisher, she hated that even when she was like that.
Well, you know what? I don't give a shit. I'm gonna be a misogynist and say I don't care. Fat material. Because
I'm not going to dog that. I'm just telling you what she said.
I don't understand how she would be concerned with looking sexier than she ever did in her entire life.
Yeah, she requested that too. Well, whether she enjoyed the actual experience of wearing the costume or it was uncomfortable or whatever, she requested to have a more revealing outfit. You know what I mean? That
Well, then they succeeded at that, and she had amazing hips.
and she because in Empire they had not given her anything. She was wearing like a winter jacket the whole fucking movie.
Yeah, and before that, she was wearing that not very flattering white dress in the original one. I also love Jabba the Hutt himself. I thought it was awesome when they revealed Jabba the Hutt. I'm like, whoa, that's what he is? I thought he was a guy.
Right. That was. He's one of my favorite movie creatures of all time.
Because they talk about him for 2 movies, but we never see him. The original.
Yeah, and that's why that scene from the first movie, the special edition, is so stupid.
Yeah, because it kills the fucking big reveal. Well, I guess if you're going to watch all of them in sequence, we've seen Jabba more than once at that point. But fuck those.
No. I mean, the further down the line we go, the less and less likely people are to actually recommend to anybody see episode 1 first.
This is true. But
20,
Jabba,
30 from now, 20, you know, the prequels will be like, yeah, that happened.
but Jabba is not only a cool character, he looks good. He looks real. Like,
Yeah.
the animatronics on him are excellent, and the quality of the build of the animatronic is excellent. And everything in his palace looks great. The pigmen are a little weird, but, you know, whatever.
If there's one thing I hated about Phantom of Menace, the special edition of Phantom of Menace, is that they took away the original look that he had when it first came out in theaters. He had his original look. It made him look real, but when the special edition came out for Phantom of Menace, I'm like, really? You went with the CGI version?
I don't remember that. That's something else about the scene in episode 4. He looks smaller.
Yeah.
I always thought he looked a lot smaller there. I don't think he is, but there's just...
He ate a lot of fast food and put on weight.
Well, you know the Jabba that's in the pod race in Phantom Menace?
Yeah.
That's so
Supposedly, that's not Jabba.
bullshit.
That's what I heard. He's some other Hutt.
There is another hut in the background.
There is.
There is,
That's
but
his wife before they supposedly
Yeah,
broke up.
that's Gardula, the one that used to own Anakin.
that's retarded. Okay, Jabba doesn't have a wife. He has a harem. Come on.
Here's an interesting factoid for y'all. All Hutts are hermaphrodites.
Huh.
They
Well.
pretty much they choose for themselves if they're going to have a masculine or feminine personality. But like all slugs, they are in fact hermaphrodites.
Now, see, I always thought that he. Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, sure, why not?
I'm just saying that's the explanation for the Hutts. And actually, I didn't know this, but apparently there's a six-titted alien in Jedi.
Yeah.
The one that's not the Twi'lek. I guess she has 6 boobs. I didn't know that. I always thought she was a really fat chick.
Period.
No, she's got 6 boobs.
I always thought she was just a really fat chick. Oh, and we have an instance of titty flip in the Jabba's palace dance scene that he has to this day never taken out of the movie.
That's right. I featured that in my Star Wars video.
Yeah, I knew about that before you said it though. And yeah, her titty fucking flops out. She get some green titty action.
Boob slip.
I wonder how that went over with the developers. Alright, so I got this excellent idea. What if we make an alien? We already have those. But this one's going to have 6 tits on it.
Well, the Twi'leks, this is really dirty, but those things that hang off their heads are erogenous zones.
Mm.
So it's basically like 2 giant clitorises.
No way.
I swear to God.
It's big, like, okay, so, but what's up with Bib Fortuna?
He's also a Twi'lek.
But he's like skin colored. He's not blue or green.
Wait. Who's Bib Fortuna?
The interpreter before C-3PO.
That guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a Twi'lek. That's what male Twi'leks look like.
And female have like green and blue skin?
The males can too, but they can also be flesh colored. They come in a whole bunch of different colors. Twi'leks can come in like green, blue, purple, red. Any color.
Any color that fits the need.
Yeah, pretty much. The color always fits the personality, it seems. But Bib Fortuna, Twi'lek males are really ugly, and their females are really hot and valued as sex slaves.
Nice.
And I like Bib Fortuna, though. He's really fucking creepy.
Yep, he's got like some second chin with weird little growths on it.
Me and my uncle always used to call him the Elephant Man, because that's what he looks like.
Yeah, with tentacles.
Yeah.
Going off his head.
And fuck that song that they inserted into the fucking scene. I liked the original one better. So much better.
I'm like, seriously? Pop music that looks like rap? I'm like, come on. That just ruins its original charm.
Yep.
I will admit the Cy Snoodle's original fucking outfit looked terrible. There's no denying that. But the fucking CG one didn't look better.
Well, and the girls they had, the dancing girls, one of which was a Greedo in like a bikini. Like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, I just want to see Greedo in a bikini. That's hot.
Yeah, and there was a blue Twi'lek. There was a blue Asian Twi'lek.
Yep.
Because apparently Twi'leks have Asians and black chicks. Because the original Twi'lek is a black chick, I think.
I think so.
Who came back 20 years later to shoot that additional scene because we really needed to see the look of horror and dread on her face before she got eaten. We had to see that. But she looked good after all that time. She still looked good. So Right on.
Alright, so anyway, I was supposed to tell you guys why I liked episode 6 better than Empire Strikes Back.
Yes. Sorry.
Alright, so the reason why I liked it better is because, I mean, yeah, I know it has its cheesy bits to it, but all of them honestly do. But to me, I feel like when it comes to like character development, it gave the other characters outside of Luke the most sort of focus and development. Because half the time, fucking, I think Luke's busy on Dagobah and shit for like the first bit of the movie and shit, so it's giving the other people like Django, fucking
Django.
or Boba, whatever. His
Django's in the prequels. We do not speak of him.
hey, Django's a badass. Fuck off.
Django.
Without Django, there'd be no Boba. So
Yeah,
Django's
till that's before the
Well, if there was no Boba, there'd be no Django.
Yes.
I mean, because the prequels just didn't happen first.
I don't know if I said this or not, but I actually like Jedi more too, and I always have.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah.
The look of the movie is good and better, in my opinion. The Emperor is a fucking amazing villain, especially in this one. He's still amazing in Episode 3, but in an entirely different way. The Death Star battle is better than the first one. I love the Death Star battle in Return of the Jedi because it seems so fucking hopeless. Like, it feels like they just fucked up royally because, you know, it's a trap.
Yep.
And they turn and they see a whole goddamn legion of Star Destroyers. And so it's Star Destroyers on one side, fucking Death Star with a big-ass shield on the other side. That a big-ass shield that for some reason the Death Star can fire through, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, now the Death Star can target ships. By the way, we added an ability to aim this motherfucker. Watch this. Boom!
Witness the full power of the fully operational
Battle station. Yeah.
wasn't number 6 the one that also introduced the whole lightning ability and shit?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Originally, it was just the Emperor that could do that, and that's what made it special. And Lucas doesn't understand that.
They're like poems. They rhyme.
Yeah, whatever.
It's like poetry. They rhyme. Yeah, that's why
Yoda.
they have the same themes. Yeah.
Yoda's death scene is really good, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot to like in the movie. Yeah.
It's kind of chilling how, like, he's willing to go to his grave right in front of Luke and not tell him the truth. Because he doesn't want to tell him about Vader at first. He tries to brush him off. And he's willing to take this lie to the grave. That's fucked up. And then Obi-Wan gives his bullshit explanation.
It was true from a certain point of view.
From a certain point of view, yes.
What? Wait a minute. No. What point of view? No.
You lied to me, you old fuck? That's my fucking father. You should probably let me know that Darth Vader is my father. Fuck, we might have been able to exploit that.
What they should have done was they should have had the scene be like, Obi-Wan, you lied to me. He's like, yeah, but I'm a ghost. There's nothing you can do about it. Kiss my butt.
Have him try to splash at him with the fucking lightsaber, and it goes right through him.
What are you gonna do? I'm immaterial.
But it's the final confrontation, the final battle between Luke and Vader is spectacular. There's nothing I would change about it. I wouldn't change the dialogue. I wouldn't change the way it's shot. I wouldn't change the music. The whole confrontation between Luke and Vader and the Emperor is perfect.
And the aspect that they mentioned Leia, Vader mentioning Leia, really ticked Luke off and
That's
brought.
the best moment.
Yeah, that is.
He unloads on Vader and slices his fucking arm off. And he's like, the music is great, and the way it's shot in like a silhouette from a distance, it looks so cool. And they tried so hard to recreate that in episode 3, and it didn't
He
succeed.
stops, and he's like, after cutting his arm, he's like, oh dear, we are like.
And he finally like throws his lightsaber down. He's like, I am a Jedi. And the Emperor, who seems like this frail old man, busts out this fucking thing he can do where he just starts electrocuting you and torturing you. And god damn it, Lucas! He fucked that scene up! And I just remembered that he fucked that scene up. He fucked it up in the Blu-ray release.
Well,
Because there's that moment where fucking Darth Vader is seeing his son get tortured, and he looks at the Emperor, and he looks at Luke, and he looks at the Emperor, and he doesn't say anything, and somehow you are able to read his expression through a mask. You're able to read him, despite being a character whose face you can't see, and he grabs the Emperor, and he lifts him up, and like, his fucking metal is acting like a lightning rod, and he's getting fucked up by this lightning, and he throws him down the fucking chasm, and it's all awesome. And Lucas went and fucked it up by having him go, no!
That alone was just a big slap in my face.
Oh, Lucas, you suck. I don't care that you donated $4 billion to charity. Fuck you.
I let alone don't care if you're
Good charities.
or Star Wars.
Charity.
Last I checked, Disney's actually doing a lot of things to fix up all this shit.
But I won't buy the Blu-ray version. I won't watch it because I know that big kick in the nuts is coming, and it ruins everything that the movie has been building. Everything that the previous 2 movies and this one has been building up to has been Lucasified and destroyed.
Well, if I remember correctly, hearing about
Pretty much.
the movies are going to be re-released in the theaters, some of the shit's supposed to be removed that Lucas did that was poorly decision made by him, and Disney's pretty much fixing what he fucked up.
Disney needs to just release the unfucking altered original 3 movies on Blu-ray.
Exactly.
Update and clean the picture, and that's all. Don't do anything else.
I think that's what Disney's trying to do, though.
And I would buy that. I would buy that opening night. I would buy that.
And the thing I liked the most about the whole Return of the Jedi was the Emperor himself, because throughout that whole entire series, you didn't really see much of him except for little bits and pieces, but he played the guy who played him did the perfect fucking job of being a complete and utter fucking douchebag the whole time.
Who?
The guy who played Palpatine, a.k.a. Sidious.
Oh, that's Ian McDiarmid, and yes, he was the scariest thing in the fucking universe. Because, again, like Jabba, for 2 movies they've been mentioning this Emperor. We got a little glimpse of him in the second movie. And then when we finally get a good look at him, he's this really decrepit old necromancer looking guy. And he looks awful, he looks nasty, he looks so corrupted by evil. Which is something they applied to the rest of the expanded universe. He was, in fact, so corrupted by the dark side that he's just nasty looking. And I know they're really
I think
insignificant
that
to the movie, but I really like those red guards that come with him.
Oh, first they were blue in the prequels.
Were they?
Yeah.
Oh, never noticed that. But I like those guys. They're cool looking. They look very special. They look like what they are, special guard.
yeah, and
Yeah.
supposedly in the expanded universe it explains that those guys are like really elite, like stormtroopers.
Yeah, like they can take on Jedi.
Yeah.
We have
Suppo-
not talked. We've talked a lot about Jedi, and we have not talked about Search for Spock like at all.
I'm sorry, but that
Yeah.
is just stupid as
Is
hell.
there anything worth talking about with the Search for Spock?
Oh,
Sure.
hey, voice in my head. Maybe I should search for this spirit's body. Oh, we found the body. Oh, the planet's about to be destroyed. Let's transfer the spirit over to the so-called body, and there you have it. That's
I kind of like Christopher Lloyd as a Klingon.
Well, there's something you might not know about Star Trek 3.
What's that?
Is that it was actually the first use of computer 3D scanning, right?
Really?
Yeah,
it was.
and also a kind of a rudimentary 3D printout of sorts, right?
um,
They printed out flat layers that they had to stack up, like, and make a 3D head of. They basically morphed Spock's face with the young actor playing young Spock, and then like 3D printed them out in like 1984, whenever this movie came out.
wow.
It was really ahead of the time in order to get this effect of Leonard Nimoy actually growing old, from a little kid, having a and they did it. But ultimately, the computer animation, there's no computer animation in the movie. They used the computers to kind of morph the heads together and then printed them out, and then what you see in the movie is actually stop motion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a thing. that's something.
I need to look up when the movie came out real quick. 1984. Okay, so
It's really ahead of its time.
I think this was the first time we saw the modern Klingons.
Um,
Well, wait.
I think they did show up briefly in the motion picture.
Did they?
I don't remember personally, but I remember reading that they were there briefly in the motion picture.
Maybe I'm forgetting a scene. But it's the first
I
time we really get like a good look at Klingons as they would be portrayed for the rest of time, basically.
It is the first time we see the bird of prey, specifically designed for that movie, the Klingon spaceship, which is really an awesome looking spaceship.
Yes, it is.
It really
But
is.
I do like Christopher Lloyd as a Klingon. He's always good in everything he does, except
Yeah.
for Suburban Commando. But well, actually, he was pretty good in that too. Uh, there's no debate here, though. Return of the Jedi wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with
Yeah,
that.
it can't be. You can't top that. Not with Search for Spock. You can't. The most distracting thing in Search for Spock is not Kirstie Alley.
Um, the what?
The
What you
not
mean?
Kirstie Alley chick.
Oh, it's not Kirstie Alley. Right.
Yeah, I
Whoever the
don't
heck that
know.
chick is.
Yeah, it's not Kirstie Alley. That's all I know.
Was she in Voyage Home?
No, it was a different actress again. Wait, was that the same character?
I don't even know. I don't even know if she was in Voyage Home, but I don't know where the hell she went if she wasn't. You're like, where?
Voyage Home. Doesn't she die in this?
Uh, I know, I know. Kirk's son dies. We just
Yeah,
met
Kirk.
in
Yeah,
right.
Kirk's son that we don't really know all that well, so his death isn't really all that impactful.
Nope, not really.
It didn't even really hit me as a little kid. I don't know. For some reason, it didn't. I didn't realize that. Yeah, that's Kirk's son. Oh, right. Yeah. Uh, and then
Right, it's like, eh,
Spock comes back as a child and then like grows up really fast, and he doesn't remember who he is, but he does at the same time.
right. They have to go back to Vulcan to get Bones' yeah, his consciousness is inside Bones' head or something.
Yeah, and yeah, and they steal the Enterprise. I don't remember why.
Right.
Oh, because
To go in the first place.
the Genesis planet is like classified. No one's allowed to go there. And then the Genesis device from the previous movie is totally ruined because they explain that it was actually completely flawed and that the planets it creates will break down within like a week.
Right. It
And
doesn't
then
really work.
The Enterprise itself is destroyed, and you're like, man, if only that had happened in a better movie.
But that's what they're trying to make it a better movie. And
I know. Yeah, they were trying.
that's the one directed by William Shatner, right?
No, 5 is the one directed by William Shatner.
Right.
Yeah.
3 was just not. It wasn't terrible, but it just wasn't that great.
It was just meh.
But for a lot of people, it got back to what they liked on the TV show. In a lot of ways.
And what's that?
Just the adventure that they go on, the they're going to an alien world and exploring it.
Uh,
And the big highlight at the end of the movie isn't a space battle. It's kind of just a fist fight between Kirk and the Klingon on the surface.
which is something
You know?
that happened in the original series quite a bit.
Right. It would always be some kind of barroom brawl or something.
Dun, 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 dun,
Yep.
dun, dun. The Gorn.
Yep.
Fighting the Gorn.
And the thing the cable guy was doing when he was at medieval times. Redoing the battle scene from Star Trek TV where Kirk and Spock had to fight. I am your friend, but I will have to destroy you.
I
That's
have
a classic.
I have not seen any of that. I've seen the original. I've seen the Gorn fight, and that's it. I haven't seen the Kirk and Spock fight. I haven't seen most of the original series. Like, I know very, very little about it.
Well, the thing about Vulcans is that they're all no emotions, just logic, right?
Yeah.
But every so often they go into heat.
Yeah.
Right, and this is that. And in one episode, he's going into heat, and he has to go back to Vulcan. And in this heat mindset, he believes Shatner's putting the moves on his betrothed or something. He's in an arranged marriage. Whatever. They end up fighting. they have to battle in some arena.
And I know about evil Spock and how having a goatee makes you evil.
Yep.
Which was something that was parodied in South Park years later. Brilliantly, too. Let's move on to the next two movies. Because there's just not anything to talk about in fucking Search for Spock.
No, there's not.
And now we get into what most people consider to be the best Star Trek movie and what a lot of people consider to be the worst Star Wars movie.
Yeah.
Episode one.
Yeah.
Episode one, however, I'm going to do what the Spoonie one does every time a microphone is put in front of him and remind you all that when the episode one movie came out, everybody loved it.
Yeah, I was there. I remember that. I remember some friends.
It was very big.
I like
I remember some friends who came from the theater. They came running in with the double-edged lightsaber, and I was like, "Oh shit!" You know, because they just got back from the movie, and they're like, "Wasn't it great?" They were like, "Yeah!" It was like, it was like everybody was all about it.
I didn't despise it the first time I watched it, but I didn't like it more than the original three at all.
No, but I thought it hit some of the familiar notes, right?
I think the design of the whole movie is great.
And kind of like going to the show was like going to see a concert for a band that's not really that big anymore, right? Like, they're not that big anymore. You haven't heard the last 3 albums they've made, but you know that album they made like 10 years ago was really good. They're going to play some of those songs from that album, but a lot of it's going to be new material you're not a big fan.
I wouldn't.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I wouldn't say it was that extreme. I think it was more like watching someone who's only about 10 years past their prime.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
people went into that excited as shit, and they left hype. And it wasn't until the home video release and when people started to actually examine the movie that they started to realize that a lot didn't make any sense and a lot of it was really, really stupid. And that little Anakin kid was intolerable.
Yeah, but that was part of the thing. I mean, even right away, while everybody loved it, Jar Jar Binks was something they responded to right away.
I don't remember there being a negative reaction to Jar Jar.
It wasn't as loud as it was just complete disinterest in any of his toys, any of his products, and more or less people were like, Misa Jar Jar Binks, and they were like, no. Right away, people were like, oh, he was kind of irritating. Yeah, and he was there the whole fucking time. And you're like, yeah, that's right.
He was
I didn't like that kid either.
I think he was supposed to be the new Chewbacca.
Yeah. But think about this. You love Chewbacca, right? You love Chewbacca.
I do.
What if Chewbacca was actually speaking dialogue?
Have you ever seen the backstage, the like rough cut footage of them shooting the scene that is speaking dialogue?
No, I haven't
He
seen
really
it.
is. With that super high class British accent that the actor has. Like, that old man's mad. It kind of looks like when you're watching Planet of the Apes.
Wow.
And that's why Han always knows what Chewie is saying, because while they were filming those scenes, the dude actually is speaking dialogue.
That's kind of wacky. But imagine if that was how the movie was, though. Chewbacca's like, Misa Jar Jar Bink! You know, if he was talking like that the whole time.
I don't know. I think Chewbacca could have delivered dialogue. Jar Jar's irritating feature was his fucking voice actor.
But another thing people hated right away. You know what I'm going to say?
Anakin.
No.
No? Okay, wait. Let me think.
Midi-chlorians.
Oh, yeah.
That was something people responded to immediately. And I remember watching the movie theater, like, what? Mitochondria?
I'm going to say something that would piss off a lot of Star Wars fans. I was totally 100% and completely down with the midichlorians idea.
Wow.
I was. And do you know why?
Why?
Because we had heard about this thing called the Clone Wars. And I had always assumed that the Clone Wars meant that they were cloning Jedi to create Sith. And the Force being genetic makes that possible. So I was like, okay, so that's how the Clone War is going to happen. Because midichlorians is genetic. If you clone this motherfucker, he's going to be just as powerful in the Force. And that's going to create an army of dark Jedi. I didn't call them Sith at the time because that word didn't exist. And I was like, all right, that makes perfect sense. All right, because it didn't make sense to me. Like, well, they're clones. They wouldn't know how to use the Force. Like, they'd still have to be trained, wouldn't they? But if it's something that comes from birth, then yeah, you could theoretically make an army of dark Jedi out of captured Jedi.
Right.
And that's not where they went with it. So midichlorians ended up being a really stupid idea.
Well, I don't think that's where it might have been, because we don't know. We ultimately don't know what he was going to do.
Are you in the shitter?
No.
I was going to say, suddenly there's a major echo like a bathroom.
Yeah, maybe I'm in the shit. I might be in the shit. I cannot confirm nor deny that I'm in the shit.
Ted in the bathroom.
That's right. In the toilet in the McDonald's.
But you are right. A lot of people really, really hate the midichlorians thing.
Oh yeah, but where was it going? We don't know. We didn't even give George Lucas a chance to even finish that thought before we were like, fuck you, George Lucas. And so he changed it.
I was gonna
he really did change it.
I was going to say he admitted that he downplayed midichlorians and Jar Jar, and that his original plan for them was basically scrapped, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
We have no idea what that would have been or how that would have played out.
Well, I can guess with Jar Jar, because Jar Jar is the person that led to the creation of the Imperial Army. So, like, I'm assuming his intention was going to be the innocent character that was corrupted by evil or something. Which would have still been stupid, because evil Jar Jar sounds worse than real Jar Jar.
You know the funny part about it, though? You guys know the funny part about Jar Jar, though? The thing
What?
you can tell during that whole entire first movie that the people who were acting alongside him you could tell that they even thought the whole entire fucking thing was stupid.
Yeah.
Well, have you seen what Jar Jar looked like during the scenes?
Well, yeah.
Like, the dude was wearing a full Jar Jar costume, and his face was coming out of his neck. I don't understand how they weren't laughing in every take, because he looked ridiculous.
And that was more of the actual costume, which was supposed to end up on film. You know?
Yes.
And you can still see some of that in the movie. Like, there's a scene near the end where they're just standing around, and Anakin, after he's gotten his little haircut, right, and he's in his Jedi trainee costume, right, at the end when they're whatever the fuck is going on, the parade.
Jedi Padawans have an official haircut.
Right, and so they're having a little parade at the end of the movie because they won the Phantom Menace, and so you can see Anakin standing next to this arm that's physical. That is a physical Jar Jar arm from the actual Jar Jar costume, and there's very little of that actually made it into the film because it was all done over.
I remember being really disappointed in what the Jedi Council looked like.
Oh yeah, they just threw together some well-known Star Trek aliens.
They like had a female Yoda. Oh, yeah. And Yoda. We should talk about how ugly Yoda was.
I didn't think Yoda in the Phantom Menace was that bad.
I thought he looked...
The original puppet Yoda from Phantom Menace?
Yes, he was ugly.
He was still a puppet, at least. He hadn't gone off CG yet.
I agree, at
Yeah.
least he was still a puppet, but he was an ugly puppet. For some reason, they made him look really different. I guess that's what he was supposed to look like younger, but he just looked weird. He didn't look like himself at all.
This is where I have to say the CGI Yoda fit better for the prequels. And I'm glad they didn't add the CGI Yoda for the fucking original trilogy.
Well, they didn't have the CGI Yoda.
Well, I know.
Or are you talking about like the re-release of the trilogy?
the re-release of the trilogy?
Oh.
Oh my God! What if they did that? What the fuck? Can you imagine them going over all of the puppet Yoda and replacing
I
CG
would be
puppet Yoda?
fucking furious if they did that.
I'm not gonna lie, I would.
I just can't.
Fucking
I just can't believe the changes they've made. I watched that YouTube video on all the changes that they made, and I was not aware just how many changes they've made.
Yeah, that's
You know?
something that people don't really ever mention. The fact that Episode 1 is the further example of Lucas constantly tinkering with everything, because The Phantom Menace, as we know it now, is not the movie that was released in theaters.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff was changed, enhanced, as he would call it.
Yeah, tinkered around with.
Sometimes
I think.
really minor things for like no reason.
Well, we think it's no reason, but George Lucas, he's the man with the plane.
Well,
Right.
like the pod racing, suddenly we have to like see every racer. I'm guessing that's because Star Wars Episode 1 Pod Racer was a really popular video game.
Well, it was made like that. They took that sequence and they were like, this will be a video game. You could almost feel it when I saw it the first time. I'm like, oh, they're gonna make it a video game out of just this fucking thing.
It was a good game.
Yeah, but it was very much part of what George does, which is incorporate old Hollywood ideas and modernize them, right?
Yep.
Which is the pod race is like a chariot race.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very similar, actually. Bumping into each other, trying to knock each other off, getting caught up in each other's wheels, or pods in this case.
Right.
Yeah. Having to reconnect your two engines or your two horses.
I mean, because even if without thinking about the chariot race, that doesn't really make any sense.
But is
What
the
you're-
pod race a good sequence?
Yes.
Yes? Jan?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna be the odd one out and say the pod race isn't that great of a sequence.
Really.
It's, I don't know. I think it was probably thrilling the first time I watched it, but as time's gone on, it's just kind of boring. It does. I don't know.
I used to like the pod race.
Well, there's some intentional lack of music during the pod race until the last lap, right?
The last part of the pod race is the part where, like, I'm like, what the hell? Because he's going at breakneck speeds, like literal breakneck speeds, and he's able to stop paying attention to what he's doing and fix his fucking engine somehow. I never got how exactly he fixes his engine. He closes a flap and that fixes it. And how he doesn't crash.
Yeah.
Because he's a great pilot.
And in the newer version, Sebulba has like weapons on his. Like he can just blast you with fire. What? Okay. Seems like that would be a really stupid thing to have in a race that people bet on.
Well, how about the two-headed announcer?
The one's voice is really distracting, and I've never been able to figure out why.
The one that speaks English?
Yes. And we're here with a big turnout today at Mos Vespa. He sounds like a fucking NASCAR announcer.
I believe that is somebody famous.
I think
I
it
think.
is.
I think.
Oh,
I think it's. I think it's SpongeBob.
did you ever notice the Warwick Davis cameo?
Yeah, a little Greedo guy with midget guy
No,
showing up.
no, he appears barefaced.
He's actually in it 3 times.
Is he?
Yeah, he's got 3 little roles.
Oh.
Little roles.
I knew, I knew about the scene where he's with Watto at the track and he's in the background. He's one of the spectators. I knew about that one. I didn't know about the other 2. Watto, the big nosed Jew, the flying Jew. Let's talk about the stereotypes for a second. Because that's
well, that's debatable. Is it racist?
Is it overblown? Is it unintentional?
Oh, I found the name of the announcer, the one that you found distracting.
Okay.
It is voiced by Greg Proops.
And who's Greg Cruz?
Greg Proops.
Okay, well, who's he?
Let me share screen real quick. I'll show you.
Is he some guy?
Do it. Do it.
Just do it!
You seeing it?
Not yet.
I have to click it.
Dude,
there
I
you go.
swear to God, if this turns into a video shot of you on the shitter, I'm going to be pissed.
That's Greg Proops.
Hey, wait a minute. Why ain't you shitting in the woods?
I don't always do that. That's Greg Proops right there.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. So who is he?
You ever seen Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Okay.
He was one of the regulars on that, and
I recognize his face now that you said that.
yeah, he's the guy Drew Carey is turning into.
Yeah. By the way,
he's-
anyone who happens to be watching, if you've never seen Whose Line Is It Anyway, smoke a joint and watch it.
Watch the Richard Simmons one.
Ooh.
Good Lord, that one's fucking hilarious.
I was not aware of that one. I have to see that.
It's fucking hilarious. Oh, Richard Simmons. Richard Simmons.
The gayest straight man in the world.
He's so fucking gay. But straight.
He says he's straight. He swears to God he's straight, and I'm like, wow. Gayest straight man who ever lived. He reminds me of this character on the Reba show. You ever watch the Reba McEntire show?
Oh, hell no. Sorry.
There's this little dude that comes over every so often who's like super, super, super gay. Super southern gay. But he's apparently straight, and he always accuses other men of hitting on him. He's like, oh, I know I'm beautiful, Sherry.
Wow.
But the stereotypes. Speaking of stereotypes.
Right.
The Phantom Menace has been accused by basically every critic who's ever lived of being horribly stereotypical and racist.
The Asian Federation guys, the Trade Federation guys are Asian.
I'm going to go on the record and say I don't think George Lucas is a racist. I'm, like, pretty sure about that.
I mean, because a lot of his, even in the original trilogy, you could see inspiration from Japanese culture and everything. So I can't really say who's racist because of that.
Yeah, Darth Vader is modeled after a samurai.
Right.
But that's just taking influence. I'm saying as a person, I don't think he's a racist at all.
Well, yeah, but on a sliding scale. His cultural appropriation, which is a further proof of his racism from a certain point of view.
To be completely honest, I didn't really think about any of it until people pointed it out. Like Jar Jar, I never thought of Jar Jar as a black guy. I always just thought of him as an annoying alien voiced by a black guy.
Yeah, I'm like, he's so not black. I mean, look at him swim.
That's fucked up, Teddy, man. What the fuck?
Why? He swims. It's
Look
very
at him
not
swim.
black. But yeah, I mean, the Trade Federation guys are Asian. They're so Asian. The wacky hats and the robes and we would never do anything to offend the Royal Council. You know.
That one I did think about, but I couldn't place what it was. Like, I was like, their fucking accent reminds me of something, and I can't think of what it was. Like, oh, yeah, old racist yellowface cartoons. That's right. Watto,
That's right.
Watto, I didn't think about at all. Like,
Not the look of the alien. Like, the alien faces, there's nothing Asian about those faces. Right? Nothing Asian about the look of their alienness. Right?
well, their eyes are slanted.
A little bit, but it's the way they behave.
Yeah. Watto, on the other hand, is that voice a Jewish stereotype? I didn't know that stereotype.
I saw more as a vaguely Middle Eastern,
Yeah, I did
which
too.
could be Jewish, but it could also be, something else.
I thought
Like,
he,
yeah.
I thought he was supposed to be a dirty desert dweller because that's what he is.
That's exactly what he is. That's exactly. He's just like the guy at the 7-Eleven over there. That when I walk in, he acts like he's whoa, trying to act natural. Like, wait, what were you doing before I walked in here? Like,
A small thing I liked, speaking of Watto, in the episode 1 was the pit droids. I thought they were kind of cool.
the little ones with the big eye.
Yeah, hit the nose. I don't know. I had a pit droid watch. It was really cool. You press the nose and it would pop open.
Pop his nose, turn him on and off.
But when we meet Watto, we also meet Anakin, who is dead. Isn't he dead now?
The kid?
Yeah, didn't he just die a little bit ago?
I don't know. If I saw it, I assumed it was fake news.
I'm gonna look up Jake Lloyd is dead.
I never heard anything
Yeah.
about it.
Neither did I.
Okay, he's alive. That must have been a fake story.
Yeah, I figured it was a fake. You haven't heard from him in a while. He could be dead. Or
He was involved in a police chase, though.
yeah.
Let's just go ahead and make this joke. He went, now this is pod racing.
High-speed chase with the guy.
This is the movie that made that little gremlin shit retire from acting forever.
Yeah. You think when the cops pulled him over, he was wearing a big helmet with oversized goggles?
Dude, he was carrying a lightsaber toy.
Actually, you think about it, Jake Lloyd, he was Anakin Skywalker, but he never got a chance to even hold a lightsaber.
Yeah, that's true. He the arrest officer was this hot brunette chick, and he was like, "Are you an angel?"
Oh yeah, and another thing though, Hayden Christensen in Attack of the Clones, did he even fly a ship at all in that movie?
Nope.
No, I don't even think he drove the space car.
And then they throw in a scene at the beginning of Revenge of the Sith with them flying around as almost like, oh wait, we forgot. One of Anakin's defining features, according to the first Star Wars movie, is that he was one of the best pilots in the galaxy.
The
We
best.
just forgot to stick that in there.
No. Obi-Wan's line was he was the best starfighter in the galaxy.
And we only get a little of that. For the most part, that's why they stuck him in some ships in Phantom Menace. As a little kid, he's flying around in that ship, which I thought was so stupid. You know, like, what, the kid? He just starts the vehicle by itself? It starts flying off by itself, and he's just like, "Oh, I'm just in a
That's another case, though, where I like the design choices. I thought the Naboo starfighters were really cool looking.
They were. And I would have been perfectly fine with them flying their mission to destroy that thing without Anakin Skywalker coming along for the mission.
That was a piss-poor battle, space battle. It's by Star Wars standards and by anybody's standards. That is not a very good sequence.
No. Okay.
Get the killed. Like I saw with pilot or take a red. That was my from that standpoint.
This is gonna really piss you off, but I'm sure you said a whole bunch of intelligent shit. I didn't understand any
Yeah, I
of
didn't hear a word of that. It sounded like you rubbing a violin the wrong way.
it.
Sorry, no, but I liked the part where he's pretty much telling Archie to turn off the autopilot on the plane because it's gonna get them killed. And I'm like, okay, you're turning it off, but then it just really to the point to where it's like, really, you're telling him to turn it off, and yet you can't make a left or right turn properly, let alone fire a gun until you get inside the fucking battleship?
Well, he'll try spinning. That's a good trick.
Yeah, let's try spinning. That's a good trick.
The
As if
sequence
his head wasn't
is
spinning already in real life.
the sequence
In
is-
fact, the Jar Jar on the battlefield, bumbling around with the big marbles that explode,
that was
was
a cool sequence.
that was less stupid than Anakin flying around and blowing up their little mini Death Star.
Well,
The ending
yeah.
of this movie has multiple problems. The space battle sequence is robbed of all tension. Because if Anakin Skywalker, you know he's not going to die. He is going to get out of this fine. He's going to grow up to be a Jedi.
Right.
The fact that the 4 battles are all interspliced with each other, and that sucks. It would have been better to focus on each one at a time or less mixed up, because like we have Darth Maul, then we have Padme, then we have Anakin, then we have Jar Jar, then we have Darth Maul, then we have Padme again, then we have Jar Jar again, then we have Darth Maul, then we have Anakin, then we have Jar Jar, then we have Padme. And
He set it up so stupidly. They should have been sequences within the film before that, not simultaneously cutting between 4 different action sequences. Because before that, it was just this dry period of nothing. They were having some Senate meeting about sending support to Naboo, and they're like, "Yeah, well, we can't."
4
All right.
sequences that only one is good and maybe one other is passable. Because, like, the Darth Maul battle is okay. I don't love it. I don't like Darth Maul as much as most people seem to.
Well, here's the thing. The only thing that pissed me off is they killed off one of my favorite actors back then. And even as a little kid, I was a fan of Liam Neeson because of Wayne's World 2.
See, the thing I like about the whole Darth Maul shit...
Wait, stop. What?
Yeah, did you not know Liam Neeson was in Wayne's World 2?
No, and I've never heard anybody say they're a fan of Liam Neeson because of Wayne's World 2. That's the first thing. I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
Continue. Sorry, John.
The whole thing that I liked about the whole Darth Maul character and shit is it's also one of the reasons why I hate the Star Wars Episode 1 movie. I mean, obvious reasons I hate it because of Jar Jar, but other reason I hate it is because with his character and shit, it was potential for a whole new fucking villain and shit to like be one of those characters who keeps on getting the one up on you. Like, say, fucking, he could have killed fucking Qui-Gon and then fucking left and shit, and left fucking Obi-Wan all pissed and questioning his morals and shit. We could have had him go into fucking Episode 2 to make Episode 2 not quite as much of a piece of shit as it was.
Well, they do that twice because they introduced Dooku at the very end of fucking Episode 2, and then they immediately kill him off in the preceding movie.
Which I
Dooku.
honestly think was a mistake here too, because Dooku also had fucking potential.
And Darth Maul
Oh,
Darth Maul is like Boba Fett to me. Yes, he looks really cool. And yes, he has some kick-ass gear. But he gets killed like a bitch.
Which is
A
what,
stupid bitch.
which is why I'm saying it was a stupid decision, because they could have had so much potential with him, but he got killed like a bitch.
Yeah.
what,
And
Qui-Gon or Darth Maul?
Darth
Darth
Maul.
Maul.
Qui-Gon
Like I said, they could have had him kill Qui-Gon and then left and had Obi-Wan be fucking pissed and searching for him during the first part of fucking episode 2 or whatever and shit, and had some fucking character and plot development based on him killing Qui-Gon and getting away, but no. It's
Kill Qui-Gon, make the promise.
because the thing with it is, it's like he kills Qui-Gon and then he just stands there striking at the edge of the fucking thing and shit. It's like, really, who does that? The dude's hanging from the edge. Take him down or fucking use the force and throw him down to his death. No, I'm just gonna stand here and strike the edge of this fucking cliff with my
Well-
lightsaber and wait for you to jump up and fucking slice me in half. Why?
Darth Maul thought he had won the battle because he had the higher ground.
Yeah.
Because it's clearly the battle's over. He had the higher ground.
It's also, I think, the only instance in Star Wars history of blood during the lightsaber fight.
It is.
Which doesn't make any sense because a lightsaber would cauterize the wound immediately. There'd be no blood spray.
Yeah.
I'll give episode 1 credit for one thing. It answered the question we all had of if you could open doors with the fucking lightsaber. I always wondered that, and now we know for sure, yes, you can.
What Phantom Menace gave us more than anything is the ridiculously jumping around, flipping, and dancing kind of lightsaber battle, right?
Yeah, but that's not necessarily a good thing.
I mean, it's something we're not going to get in Force Awakens, because they pretty much made it clear that we're not going to have jumpy, crazy lightsaber battles. Because why?
Because we're going back to untrained Jedi.
As far as I know, there's only the one guy with the light up lightsaber, the red one with the cross guard, right?
I've heard the black dude is going to be a Jedi.
I've seen it. I don't know for sure. I mean,
I
right?
have things of him holding a lightsaber.
So, but it's not going to be a jumping around flippy lightsaber battle, is it?
No, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, me too. Because as the movies got on, they got worse with the jumping around flippy lightsaber battles. You know,
So,
if the Anakin Obi-Wan fight on the lava planet had been done more practically, it would have been a better fight. But instead, they're little CG guys like flying through the air, standing on floating platforms over lava. Like, what? I don't know. I don't care. Like,
and just the moment after that happens, Anakin, just as far away as he was from the lava, ignites.
yeah.
Now he ignites. He didn't ignite a bit ago, but he does now. So let's talk about Star Trek 4.
Mm.
Star Trek
Yeah.
4 is a funny-ass movie.
I'll give it to Star Trek 4 right now. Phantom Menace, fuck that movie. Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home, is great. Leonard Nimoy, he directs the film, and he gives the entire cast something to do, which you don't always see. It's usually the Spock and Kirk show, you know?
He also gives his funniest performance as Spock.
Yes, he's wonderful as Spock in that movie. Because
Trying
he's fresh from, his whole being reborn thing. He's a little weird, and he's in a different situation, so it's great.
He's trying his hardest to fit in with 1980s America while dressed like a fucking kung fu monk.
And that's great that he happens to be wearing that costume when he goes back to Earth rather than just a uniform or something.
Yeah.
You know,
I like my favorite part of the movie is where they're on that bus and that dude is
Right.
playing that loud ass music and he just Vulcan nerve pinches him out and
Yeah.
he sits back down and everybody cheers and I'm like, that's funnier than fuck. Shut the fuck up. Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole plot of the movie is to acquire some plutonium and some fucking whales and transparent aluminum.
Right, but they need the transparent aluminum for the whales. Mostly it's about the whales.
And the driving force of the movie is that this big tube appeared.
Right. A big tube.
And it speaks whale.
If you slow it down, or speed it up, or whichever they did to the weird noises it was making, they're like, oh, we speed it up or slow it down. Now it sounds like whale noise.
It's really kind of a stupid plot.
Yeah, it's like, since it sounds like whale noise, we're going to go back in time and get some whales. They could have easily come back and been like, okay, but that didn't work either.
Spock just invents time travel. He's like, I got this. I'm going to figure out time travel really quick.
Right, yeah. All you got to do is you got to get caught in the gravitational pull of the sun.
And slingshot.
And slingshot through time. That's right.
Yeah. All you got to do. And he just does that. But somehow the movie becomes the most memorable Star Trek movie.
Oh, and when they travel through time, the sequence has several of those digitized faces float by that they did in Star Trek 3 for the first time.
Did they?
Yeah, in the time travel sequences, like clouds and then some faces of Spock and Kirk float by, like, ooh, look, faces. CG.
All the characters, all the characters being who they are lead to really funny situations, like Pavel Chekhov trying to find plutonium in 1980s America. Oh man, that's not going to go good, and they totally don't even think about it. Oh my god, wow, we probably shouldn't have sent Chekhov.
Yeah.
That was a bad move. Fuck, I forgot about the Cold War. And Scotty, he doesn't understand that you can't talk to computers in this day and age. He's trying to talk into the mouse and shit.
Well, that is kind of, when you think about it, though. Think about it for a second. There was actually a narrow time when we had computers that you couldn't talk to. And I think as we go back in time, we can talk to computers right now. Like,
yeah.
And in 20 years, you'll just be able to walk up to your computer, poke it, and be like, YouTube.
Blowjob. Now.
So for the next 100 years or so. So I could kind of buy that. In fact, that's why the humor works. You know?
Yeah.
Because he's like Bones walking around the hospital like, what are these primitives? Look what they're doing. Like, they're butchers.
In the medieval ages, dialysis. Here, take this, you'll be fine. As they're leaving the hospital, all these doctors are like looking at charts all fuck. It's a miracle! She's like, I feel great! He just happened to have something on him that cures kidney disease. He just happened to have that. He carries that with him where he goes.
Sure, you never know.
It's the movie where they were having the most fun with the script, I think, because really the story doesn't make a lot of sense.
It's not about the whales at all. The fact that the main plot is about going back in time to get whales is like, that's not what it's about.
They change history. They fucking teach that dude how to make transparent aluminum in the 80s.
That's right. That's why we can do it today.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. We can now make transparent aluminum. It's a possibility. I've seen it. It's cool.
Oh, like in real life?
Yep.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
You actually can. I mean, the technology's there. Of course, we can't make giant sheets of it yet. But, but soon.
Oh, and the whole movie, well, not the whole movie, but any sequences, they're not in the Enterprise. They're in that fucking bird of prey.
That's right.
The Enterprise doesn't make an appearance at all in this movie.
It was destroyed.
Uh,
And the bird of prey gets destroyed at the end, too. Like, crashes into the ocean.
yeah, and they're all on the outside of it.
Which is actually filmed in the same giant fucking pool that was actually a giant parking lot at the studio that was walled in that they could actually just fill with water.
I think I know what you're talking about.
And a couple other movies had used that for water something too, but yeah, it's just a parking lot that they filled with water. And then put on some giant fans and were like, woo, movie magic.
Hey, it worked. It looked good in the movie.
Damn right.
Is there a villain to this movie? I don't remember a villain.
Oh yeah, there's no real villain. Not really.
The two, besides the two.
I mean that's that's a lot like a real Star Trek episode. Is that there's no villain, there's just a situation.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see that happen with Star Trek 3. You know,
It won't.
with the Abrams, which is they have a title for it.
Beyond.
Star Trek Beyond. Yeah. Which I guess they're going to continue with this pun. Star Trek. What the next one will be? Star Trek over there.
They're going to do what Rich Evans said and have planet-sized cubes that swallow planets and spit them out assimilated.
Say what? Bring back the Borg and do that?
That's what they're going to do, I bet. Rich Evans called it. I bet that's what they do. They're going to have the
Bring
Borg.
in the Borg. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Way more fucking powerful than they've ever been before.
Super Borg.
Yep.
So J.J. Abrams Super Borgs them.
So point Star Trek.
Yep.
Because fuck
Yep.
the Phantom Menace with a spike.
And fuck Attack of the Clones next, but this is going to be hard because just like Wrath of Khan versus Empire Strikes Back, next is The Final Frontier versus Attack of the Clones.
The two
This is-
shittiest movies in both series.
Which one's shittier?
Which one is more tolerable? That's what we're doing.
Right. We determine the shittier one, and then by default, the other one must be better. It must be. It has to be.
The shittier one is Attack of the Clones.
You think?
I think.
I mean, come on. The Attack of the Clones didn't end with them meeting God. It doesn't turn out to be God, but it's just a floating head that shoots lasers out of its eyes and makes weird noises like. It's like what?
This is a Superman 3 situation.
Yeah. Wait, what? That was supposed to be Brainiac?
No, because it's a good idea that Gene Roddenberry kept shooting down.
Mm-hmm.
Because the original idea was that they were going to go to this planet and find the devil posing as God, and I would have liked to have seen that. And that idea still shines through, but they weren't allowed to actually do that because Roddenberry was like, no religion, even though there had been Greek gods and shit in Star Trek up to this point.
Oh, sure.
Maybe they didn't want to deal with the Christian backlash of the
Yes.
God is an alien.
Exactly. He knew how upset that group of the audience would be.
But yeah, the final product is really stupid and bad and poorly done, and the Enterprise is breaking down the whole movie for some reason.
Right. There's something. Well, it's the new Enterprise.
Well, I mean, like
They just built it.
It was apparently built with the fucking help of a bunch of day laborers, and by the time it was done, it was just a piece of shit.
right, and that's the thing. Like after, because they were flying the Klingon ship in the last one. Now they got a brand new Enterprise, and it's not really up fully functioning yet. And add to that the fact that some guy takes over the Enterprise, right?
A
So there's a
character,
bunch of these.
a character who I like. I like the character Psylocke.
A character who they wanted to get Sean Connery to play, but he said no.
That would
But
have been amazing.
but the planet they go to is kind of a wink to their original casting choice. The planet is called Shakari.
Ah,
It's kind of a
well,
wink.
I do like the character Psylocke. He's an interesting character
I like the actor. He's good too.
because he's not evil and he doesn't want to kill people. Like this is not something you usually see in a movie where the villain isn't a violent murderer. Like he goes out of his way to prevent death. And despite being the shittiest Star Trek movie, it has what might be the best sequence in Star Trek history.
Which one?
In my opinion, where he's showing the most painful memories of Bones and Spock. And
Oh,
like
that's pretty cool.
you find out that Spock really, really, really detests the fact that he's part human. Like that's his biggest pain is that he is a half human. And you're like, wow, that's pretty.
Well,
deep.
that's what his dad is. So he could never really live up to, make his dad proud because his dad was always like partially human.
And
Right.
Bones, his greatest pain is that he lost a patient that was his father. He had to euthanize him,
Yeah.
and a week later they found the cure. And
Yep.
we don't get to see Kirk's though.
Nope.
But
Even
Kirk,
though he directed the fucking movie, he was like, okay, Kirk should have a scene. No.
but he does give a good speech about how I need these things. They're what make us who we are.
And that's a good point to be made too. There's
And I
there's
like-
some goodness yeah. There is some good stuff in Star Trek V. Ultimately, yes, actually.
There's really not a lot that's really bad. There's some stupid dialogue like "Hold your horse, Captain," and that fan dance that's guaranteed to stop your erection.
Oh man! Wow! Oh yeah, the fan dance. What the fuck?
Man, that would have been so much better in her.
Yeah. The worst Star Trek movie. It isn't actually the worst Star Trek movie. Worst Star Trek is more likely Generations, or possibly like Nemesis. Nemesis is really terrible.
Insurrection is probably the worst.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, Insurrection is really not that good.
It's not that good, but it doesn't have like fucking Data's clone and this Picard's clone and shit.
I like the sequence where they meet the supposed god. I think that whole sequence is actually really good. It's terrifying to think that they're like, maybe if you met God, he would turn out to be really, really evil. And I mean, yeah, he's just a big energy cloud, but they've had things that are just big energy clouds in Star Trek before. More than once.
Yeah, that's true.
And I mean, it's certainly not the first time their fucking enemy has been something intangible.
Yeah, but the fact that it's supposed to be God shooting lasers out of his eyes.
The point of the movie is that that's the final frontier. What if you were given the chance to go find God? Would you do it? Would you meet God? What would you say to God if you met him? What would you do? Like, would you be afraid? Would you be excited? And like that, there's that shot where like he looks at the captain's wheel. It says to boldly go where no man's gone before. Well, that's pretty much the ultimate expression of that, isn't it? To personally meet the creator of the universe. But the disappointing payoff is that it's not God. But if it was God, it would have still been disappointing. It's a difficult idea to do because the payoff has to be really good. We're expecting God. And what we got was
Right.
actually a big energy cloud that can read our thoughts.
That is that is that is partial part of it for sure. That the promise is meeting God. So there's quite a bit of buildup.
And there's a really,
For sure.
really lame side villain in this movie. Do you even remember him?
Yeah. Oh
The
yeah, I remember
Klingon?
there were some Klingons. There were some Klingons.
The guy who wants to fight Kirk because he's Kirk.
Oh, you know what's weird? You know what's weird? There's a Klingon, right, with an afro. He's like an afro Klingon.
Yeah. There's also the way more attractive than she should be Romulan.
But there's the afro Klingon. Afro Klingon.
Afro Klingon. Like Afro Samurai.
Right, but he's got a female Klingon along with him, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, that chick is actually played by the mom from Wonder Years.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. It's weird. Just found that out, and I'm like, looked at the picture. I'm like, why? I guess there were a lot of actors back in the days when they were making the Star Trek TV show that would take roles because they were huge fans. Like that's why Whoopi Goldberg was on Star Trek, just because she was a fan. It was like, write me a character, you know?
I hate Whoopi Goldberg's character.
Yeah, I mean, what is she? What the fuck is...
That is a good goddamn question, because the Q are afraid of her.
Yeah, the Q.
So,
she's got to have
whatever
powers.
she is fucking powerful.
Right.
Or she's immune to the powers of the Q. Maybe that's it. But
yeah,
Q are like God.
Right, but she's aware of the I think her race was killed off by the Borg or something.
Yeah, something like that.
But she's what? She's a fucking bartender.
They never elaborate in the entire history of Star Trek of what she actually is.
Yeah,
whatever she is, the enemy from Star Trek Generations is the same fucking alien.
Yeah.
But there is something that stands out as really bad in Star Trek. It's not even in Final Frontier. It's not even a flub. It is a flub. It's a stupid choice on the fucking part of the sound director. When Kirk is running from the giant god thing and the Klingon ship appears and fires at it, it makes the sound of a Star Wars blast.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and it's one of those sound effects that you just know, and to hear it in Star Trek is really distracting.
Well, because they don't have blasters. They have phasers and they have photon torpedoes.
That is the most badass Captain Kirk moment of all time, though.
Where he's fighting God?
No. Directly after that, where he's staring down the fucking bird of prey and he's like, well, what are you waiting for? I'm right here! I'm like, God damn, that's awesome!
Yeah, that's pretty badass. That's pretty badass Kirk moment.
Fucking staring down a bird of prey ain't scared of shit. Bird of prey! I had one of those too!
Okay, so I think Star Trek, that might actually be better than this Star Wars.
Yeah, now let's talk about Star Wars.
Attack of the motherfucking Clones.
Attack of the motherfucking Clones. I hate Attack of the fucking Clones.
The movie that confirmed all your fears of Phantom Menace, and also was like, oh shit, there's going to be another one of these.
There might not be a single line of well-delivered dialogue in this entire movie.
The whole movie was fucking trash. I mean, I couldn't tell whether I was watching like a fucking romantic drama or an actual fucking Star Wars movie.
Well, Red Letter Media made a joke about that in their Plinkett review, where they're like, this chick is watching it, and she's like, this doesn't look anything like Star Wars. Everything is so clean. And like, oh my god, is this a fake movie or something?
Well, every Star Wars movie starts with a opening set piece of some kind. You got Jabba the Hutt's palace in Return of the Jedi. You got Hoth in Empire Strikes Back. Even the Phantom Menace starts with the sequence of them escaping from the Trade Federation and going down to Naboo.
And
Right.
episode 2 begins with a bombing that is we immediately leave that place.
Right, and then done.
Yeah.
There's a ship flying in, and then it lands and it blows up.
And now it's time for corny dialogue between Anakin and Obi-Wan.
On an fucking elevated dialogue.
Yeah.
Like, it's so movie. We're having a conversation on a fucking elevated. Like,
we fell into that nest of Gundarks one time.
the nest of gun dogs. I would have liked that to, but how about that be the opening sequence? An adventure with Anakin and Obi-Wan, right? Establish them as pilots, establish them as Jedis, establish them doing something.
Well, I mean, Anakin and Obi-Wan are supposed to be so close, but in this movie and the next movie, and even the first movie, they don't really spend a lot of time together.
Well, but they was all left on the in between the movie.
I mean, hell, even the Clone Wars TV show, they don't spend a lot of time together. So it's like, what the fuck?
They don't really have that fucking close of a relationship. In episode 2, how long is it before Anakin goes off on his own? It seems like it happens rather early on in the movie.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand the age difference between the two of them either, necessarily. I mean, the original thing is they're being friends. I assume that they were very close in age.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how far apart they're supposed to be in age. Like, I don't know how old Anakin is supposed to be, and I don't know how old Obi-Wan is supposed to be. Because in episode 1, I guess he could be in his 20s, but I guess he could also be like 17. So maybe he's only like 10 years older than that.
I don't know. I mean, when they Attack of the Clones, I had more problems with than any of the Star Wars prequels. It's a pacing issue. It's a lack of story. There's a lack of anything going on in this movie. In fact, there's more going on in the stories between the movies than there is in this fucking movie.
Yeah, it's basically Obi-Wan goes and investigates a planet and finds some clones, and then he follows a bounty hunter to a planet where they fight at the end.
Mm-hmm. But, I mean, wouldn't you rather see some Anakin training?
I would rather see fucking anything than Anakin and Padme.
Oh, yeah. The love story was what was supposed to be central to this movie.
And it's shared between two actors with no chemistry.
None. Zero chemistry between them. He hired them based on mostly their looks. They are very attractive.
Anakin comes off as very rapey. Very rapey and very evil. Like, he's killing an entire village of sand people, including the children. Like, why does Darth Vader have to be a child killer?
I love how Plinkett breaks down Attack of the Clones with the whether or not the red flags for Padme. It's just coming on too strong, acting cocky. It's like
talking about yourself,
interrupting her. And then they're like, yeah, well, it's not hard to see why Anakin likes Padme, of course.
I can see why they're attracted to each other because they're both attractive.
But they try to make it more about love. Somehow they have this deeper connection, which is not the case at all.
They're such different people. Like, even Anakin like the scene where he admits what kind of political beliefs he has.
Right, yeah, he's a fascist.
Yeah, she is not a fascist.
She's like, well, I'm a senator, so I'm really interested in politics. What do you think? And he's just like, kill everyone.
He's like, there needs to be an all-powerful leader that everybody answers to.
Huh,
like, oh,
okay.
So Hitler? Yeah, basically.
They should have more established that she had the hots for him.
Yeah, there's really not. She doesn't really give much indication that she's into him.
Nope, not really.
They kiss. She goes for a kiss, kind of.
There's this star-crossed lover Romeo and Juliet thing, but also there's no reason why they can't hook up. I don't even know why they keep it a secret.
Because she's a senator.
I don't. What?
I think I get that line. I think people aren't really thinking when they say that line doesn't make sense. I think what she's implying there is that it's forbidden for Jedi, and she's a senator. They're not going to be able to hide that.
Yeah, but they should have just come up with some sci-fi title for her.
Yeah.
Right.
Instead of making queens on Naboo like elected monarchs.
Or a senator. She's like, I'm a Neeklix. I'm a Neeklix. It's forbidden. We're like, oh, you're a Neeklix. Okay. Just make up a word, you know.
Dexter
Zarbing. Zarbing. I'm a Zarbing. Sorry, we can't date. I'm a Zarbing. I'm like, oh, okay. All right, that makes sense.
Dexter Jettster is the worst alien in the history of Star Trek.
Which one?
The diner alien.
He's not that bad.
Yes, he is. So, like him, his establishment, and everything about it is completely out of place in Star Wars. It looks more like
completely pointless. He goes into a 50s diner.
It looks more like something that would be in Men in Black.
Yes. Even the asking him about this thing I found, and this guy, and the guy who works in the kitchen is like, "Oh, okay, I know what this is."
Let me pull my pants over my big fat ass and walk over to you.
He's like, "This isn't the future or something. Right now, I mean, in a few years, I'll be able to take a picture of something with my fucking phone and look it up." He's got to go to some 50s diner and ask a cook guy about this thing he found.
Who knows something that apparently only the Jedi knew about up to this point.
Yeah, I mean,
nobody looked at the missing part of the star system. Nobody, and was like, "Oh yeah, that's Camino. I wonder why it's not there."
Nope. They all had to notice some change in the overall gravity.
A little kid with a baby lightsaber.
And this investigation. So the movie thinks that it's going to be a romantic, like love story and a mystery story.
Yeah, and the mystery isn't a mystery.
None of the mysteries are mysteries. Even after Phantom Menace, everybody knew that Palpatine guy is Darth Sidious. Who didn't know this?
Yeah,
everybody knew this.
Apparently, that was supposed to be a surprise.
Yeah, it was supposed to be like, whoa,
a big reveal. Lucas must think we're fucking stupid.
Yeah, he does. It shows his level of respect he has for the audience.
Because he's the Emperor. He looks, talks, and acts like the Emperor. We know it's the Emperor.
We know his name is Palpatine.
Yeah,
right?
Everybody knows his name is Emperor Palpatine. So Senator Palpatine is probably the guy we should be looking at.
And he has the same chin. What? Because he covered up his face is in shadow. But we can see his nose and chin and shit. Like, really.
And I don't like Count Dooku either. Dooku is a lame character. He's the lame character.
Dooku's Dracula. He's fucking Dracula.
He's a lame character with a really lame name.
And supposedly they had a more elaborate costume for him with shoulder pads and shit. and
It's not his costume that's the problem. It's
well,
not
but
his
yeah,
look.
yeah, yeah. But Christopher Lee was just like, no, I don't like that, right? And so they basically just gave him a shirt. Like he's not wearing a very Star Warsy costume, you know.
No, he's
Where's
wearing
the shoulder pads? Where's the gauntlets? He's just wearing a fucking shirt and pants.
and his lightsaber is special because it's curved.
Yeah, like what? He's like, why do you want a curved lightsaber? He's like, because mine is curved.
I think the actual reason is that he wanted Darth Dooku. God damn it! What is his Sith name?
Darth
Dooku.
Tyrannus.
Darth Tyrannus.
Oh, what?
That
Tyrannus.
term is not used very much. But his fighting style is fencing, and fencing you have to have a curved handle.
Really? I've
Yes.
seen a lot of fencing foils that are very straight.
Really? All the ones
Yeah.
I've seen have had a curved
There
handle.
are some curved fencing styles, so it's if he wanted to go with his curved fencing style and incorporated that with the shape of his lightsaber, and then hell, I'm all for it.
Honestly, with the whole
Well, he does fight like a fencer. His fighting style is very reminiscent of fencing.
Yeah.
yeah, it just that whole entire movie just it seems like they just didn't really give a crap the whole entire fucking time. The fucking dialogue was horrible. A lot of the fucking effects were fucking stupid and
Yeah,
shit. I mean,
the effects weren't very good at all.
I mean, the one thing that pissed me off more about the movie is not the
It
movie
just-
itself,
it just
but
seems-
it's the title.
Well-
Attack of the Clones. I'm like, really?
it didn't really seem like much of anybody just really gave a crap about that
Exactly.
entire movie.
Well, I heard
Yeah. I mean, there was a arena battle that was like totally forgettable. I mean, remember the arena battle, right?
I remember monsters.
I remember it.
Well, I mean, they're chained to like pillars, and then these monsters come out and attack them, right?
Yeah, I don't
It's-
remember what happens. I just remember there was monsters, and then
Right. The monsters attack him, but the way they escape from him is so easy and nonchalant that it's just forgettable. You know, Anakin kind of casually jumps on the back of one of these monsters and like rides it around and shit. It just feels so cardboard. You know.
The Jedi are too badass.
Oh my god, the worst part. Oh my god, the robot factory. There's so much bad about that. From them rolling around on the fucking conveyor belt, which is so stupid, to the whole thing with C-3PO getting his head switched with another robot, and like C-3PO is on the battlefield with a C-3PO head, and there's a droid that has his body, and it's like, what the fuck?
I'm not gonna lie when I say that was probably the only funny thing about that movie.
The switching heads?
3PO incident, and that was it.
I didn't think it was funny. I thought that was really horrible.
That was fucking retarded. And the thing that honestly pissed me off was when R2-D2 sees C-3PO fall off the thing, and then he just goes, starts flying around. I'm like, what? R2-D2 can just fucking fly?
I mean, looking back and on that, and then at the original trilogy, I'm like, really? He flies in this movie alone, but all other ones he doesn't do jack shit.
Right. He has trouble moving around all the other movies before and after that, and he apparently had rocket boosters the whole time.
Which he uses later in the third movie, so we know we kept him. The worst. That is not the worst sequence in the movie for me.
What's worst sequence?
The fight between Anakin and Dooku, where the camera is suddenly like right up in their face while they're swinging their lightsabers around in the dark,
The lights are all off around everywhere.
and it looks like they're not even in the same room with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Yoda pulling out the lightsaber and making me want to hunt down George Lucas and shove my whole leg up his asshole.
Yep.
Because the fact that Yoda uses a lightsaber has and always will piss me the fuck off. Yoda should not use a lightsaber. Yoda should not have to use a lightsaber. The fact that, and it completely goes against one of Yoda's, like, big statements in The Empire Strikes Back where he says, a Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and defense, never for attack. Well, what the fuck do you call charging up your body with the Force to where now you're extremely mobile and agile and then attacking? That's using the Force for attack. You literally created an entire fighting style around using the Force for attack.
Well, in an awkward sense, you could say he said that to Luke because he pretty much regrets the fact that he had to do that. But at the same time, it's also stupid at that moment in time.
I'm calling bullshit on that. Lucas just forgot about that whole line of dialogue and said, oh, Yoda should have a lightsaber because he's a Jedi.
Yeah, Luke
Yeah.
isn't that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Everybody's been waiting to see Yoda use a lightsaber. That's an actual quote by him.
Yeah, we've never seen him use a lightsaber before.
And that's what
Yeah.
everybody.
Have to. He's fucking Yoda. He's supposed to be badass without it. He should be able to take care of fucking people like that without having to fucking use it.
And Dooku uses the lightning, so we're like, oh, so that's just something Sith can do. Not just the Emperor. That's what happens when you reach level 15 Sith.
Certainly.
I mean, when I look at Darth Maul, knowing how badass he was with his lightsaber, and I look at Dooku, I'm like, so wait, this what happens when you reach an even more higher plane than just being an apprentice of the Emperor? You get trained by the Emperor, and then now you get this ability? And I'm like, what the fuck?
And, like, CGI Yoda fighting is lame, but so is CGI Darth Tyrannus. Because they had to CG... Because fucking Christopher Lee's old ass wasn't doing all that. And it wasn't stuntman either. There's a lot of CG Dooku shots that look really stupid and really bad. And in this movie, more than the first one, the effects don't hold up today.
Oh.
What happened? The fuck?
I don't know, there's two of you here now.
No, it booted the other one.
The true Teddy.
I was trying to log on with my phone.
Which one of these teddies has a goatee?
All of them.
Oh shit. They're all evil. But yeah, I think the effects in episode 2 don't hold up more so than episode 1.
Yeah, episode 2 is worse than episode 1 in my opinion.
It was, really.
You alright there, Teddy?
Yeah, hold on. Whoa!
What the fuck?
Yeah,
I
just
think he went all Tusken Raider on us.
Yeah, went all Tusken Raider. Of course,
Of course, you don't want to hear me do Tusken Raider.
No, you're right. I don't want to hear you do the Tusken Raider.
I do a pretty good one.
So is there anything good in episode 2? We found good shit in Star Trek 5, so what is there in episode 2?
Nothing, honestly. I can't think of anything. I
Nothing.
hate episode 2.
Damn.
Oh, the only that is a tough one. Oh, how about this? Geonosian is the place where the Death Star plans were made.
Oh, you want to know the only thing good about episode 2? Mace Windu.
It's Samuel L. fucking Jackson. What do you expect?
That's why I'm saying it's Samuel L. fucking Jackson.
Jango Fett, because that was the thing I always said about the prequels. At least each of the prequels had one good action figure, right?
Well, wait a minute. Okay, I can think of one good thing in this. The fight between Obi-Wan and Jango.
In space.
Yeah.
No, not in space. On Camino.
Battle was cool though, with the sonic bombs it was dropping.
Those
That
were
was pretty cool.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. And the one thing that any Star Wars movie has to be able to do is some spaceship battles or something, right?
I disagree about Mace Windu. Mace Windu sucks.
Meh.
He sucks. He is a confusing character. He is arrogant, stupid, and he sucks. The Jedi are all stupid. The Jedi are all stupid because they're within the presence of a Sith a lot, and they don't notice it. And they don't put together that Palpatine is the bad guy when Palpatine is the one who's consistently coming out good on all of this. For 3 movies that span the course of like 2 decades.
And it takes Anakin to discover this. Oh, heaven forbid, he becomes Darth Vader then. Also, because of this.
No, he doesn't figure it out. Palpatine has to flat out tell him that he's a Sith.
Oh, that's fucking right. Oh, shit.
That's right. He had to tell him straight up.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, Anakin didn't discover Jack crap.
All Mace Windu accomplishes in this trilogy is killing Jango Fett, and really, come on, anybody.
His son's looking down, and I was like, oh, my dad's dead. I'm gonna get my revenge on the Jedi. Movies later, still doesn't get his revenge on the Jedi.
Yeah.
So weird. So then it's agreed. Then there is nothing good about Episode 2.
Yeah, point Star Trek. The worst Star Trek movie is not worse than the worst Star Wars movie.
I mean, Mace Windu is pretty badass, right?
How?
He is.
He is pretty badass.
How?
He's Samuel L. Jackson. He's got a purple lightsaber.
He's
Right.
Samuel L. Jackson on a Xanax and Valium cocktail.
I mean, he's the only one that gets so close up to the point, but at the same time, he doesn't deliver the blow that is needed.
It's not even that. He's dull. He's not. He's got no energy. He's got no bite. He's not.
He has that I don't give a fuck factor to him, though. I mean,
But that's just him portraying his own personality to Mace Windu.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just a Samuel L. Jackson fan. I don't fucking.
That's got to be what it is, because Mace Windu is not a good character, in my opinion. But I guess we're moving
I'm
on.
a Samuel L. Jackson. That's it. That's all there is to it. He's Samuel L. Jackson, right? But that is part of what makes a good performance. Harrison Ford, he's Han Solo.
Yeah.
You know, who he is has a lot to do with the character he plays.
But at least, but that's just it. Han Solo had character development and shit like that. Whereas Mace Windu, he pretty was just
Windows.
he was just there because he's there.
So I guess it's time to move on to 6 and 6. So.
Because we pretty much nailed that, yeah.
Episode 3 versus Star Trek 6.
Right? The Final Frontier beats Attack of the Clones.
Hands down.
The Undiscovered Country. That's what this one's called.
Okay. Revenge of the Sith versus the Undiscovered Country.
I really like the Undiscovered Country.
I love the Undiscovered Country.
Meh.
But I don't love all of it. I do have a couple complaints.
Okay, let's hear them.
Let me, the Klingon is interesting, but it was a little disappointing.
The
You know what I mean?
Klingon what?
The Klingon prison itself. When Kirk gets thrown into the Klingon prison, I was a little... They could have done more with that, you know?
He does immediately escape it.
Yes, he escapes it fairly easily, and he only has one conflict. There should have been a scene where he was gang raped.
I agree.
That almost happened.
That would have made it better. While Bones is watching, he's like, Jim, no, Jim.
Well, speaking of rape, This is the movie where Spock mind rapes somebody. Like, literally mind rapes somebody.
Yeah, and he was supposed to be, in an earlier script, romantically attached to her.
I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
But
But that got trimmed down.
he mind rapes her in front
Oh,
of
yeah, he did.
people.
Oh, yeah. And she doesn't know. He went deep. He went super deep, and he's like, she doesn't know.
It's such
She
a
doesn't know. He went super deep.
disturbing scene. It has a mystery.
Great performance by Kim Cattrall.
Yeah.
Kim Cattrall's great. I love Kim Cattrall because of that movie.
She's also not Kirstie Alley, because I think that character was supposed to be that character, but they changed it.
Well, because Kirstie Alley left back in 3. So.
And then apparently the other chick did too.
Yeah. I mean, she's another actress that kind of asked for a role.
Yeah.
Kim Cattrall, as a Star Trek fan, was like, I would love a role. And they're like...
This movie has a cameo. Fuck, what is his name? That guy who tries his hardest to be Jack Nicholson.
Christian Slater.
Christian Slater.
He's in that movie as a silhouette.
Yep, you can just barely see his face.
He basically said, give you a role, and they were like, oh, here, you want to just be...
Want to be a
one walk-off part? Like, yeah, I'll do that. You know.
It does have a mystery, the whole whodunit plot.
Which is a genuine mystery.
Yeah.
You know. Although you know it's the Klingons, right? Of course you know Kang is the bad guy. But the mystery of figuring out who in the crew is, a bad guy.
Who's the traitor?
Twist. I didn't expect Kim Cattrall to be the bad guy.
And it's got like a good assassination plot. And that scene at the beginning where, despite the last movie where he has developed somewhat good relations with a few Klingons, Kirk is extremely racist against Klingons. Let them die.
Right. But, I mean, like, it does focus a bit on Kirk and Spock, right? But they're from each other, right? And it really does give a chance for the rest of the crew to do stuff. Everybody gets their chance to shine. Uhura does some stuff. Gotti does some stuff. Everybody just gets a chance to do some stuff. Sulu's got his own fucking ship.
And it's got some funny moments, like when they go to question that one alien, and they're like, put this shoe on, and they point out that his feet couldn't possibly fit with that shoe.
Yeah.
He's got big-ass beast feet.
Oh, my favorite part in the movie, though. The zero-gravity sequence.
Ah, yeah.
On blood and stuff.
Yeah.
That was, at the time, like that liquid metal computer graphics. Look, check it out. And they used it in a creative, not flashy way.
Interesting factoid about Klingons. They all have 2 hearts and 3 testicles.
And they have blood that looks like
bubblegum.
Trix yogurt. I would say Trix yogurt.
It looks like Pepto-Bismol.
Yeah.
And we have Michael Dorn in this movie playing his own grandfather.
Oh, yeah. He was the defender, the public defender.
Who is actually the grandfather of Worf. So they're just like, fuck it, let's get Michael Dorn to play him. It's got a great final battle where they fucking...
Oh, a great final battle. That's a fantastic final battle with an invisible bird of prey.
Isn't the twist that the bird of prey can fight while cloaked?
Yep.
And they
can fire while cloaked.
And they
Yeah.
figure out how to spot it somehow. I can't remember. I think it's like the exhaust or something.
Yes, basically.
And they fuck it up. They destroy it. They blow the shit out of that thing.
Do it with that Futurama cliche that they mentioned, where I'll explain something very technically and then simplify it with a simple analogy. They're like, where they're like, it's got to emit some kind of blah 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 blah, and then her is like, the thing's got to have a tailpipe.
Scotty gets to shoot the bad guy.
Oh, that's right.
He gets to
Yeah,
blast.
he did.
He gets to blast the assassin. That was pretty cool. And yeah, like you said, Sulu now has his own ship. He's a captain, and he's drinking his tea and going, "Ha ha, fuck you, Shatner."
And we get some downtime. We get to see them sitting around drinking Romulan ale and just chit-chatting and shit.
I like the dinner sequence where they invite the Klingons,
Yeah.
and it's really like uncomfortable.
David Warner as the Klingon ambassador is great.
Returning, David Warner returning
Yes.
because he played a human in the previous movie.
Yeah, he was a human in that, and he was a Kardashian in a very famous episode of The Next Generation, where he was torturing Picard.
I don't know the scene, but I know of that episode.
Yeah, it's a very good episode. Everybody was led to believe that Picard was dead, but in truth, he was just being tortured by this guy, and they, whatever.
General Chang is a obvious villain, though.
Oh yeah,
Like,
the moment you see him, you're like,
he's got an eye patch. He's got a fucking eye patch.
yeah, and that eye patch there's no strap. It is literally nailed to his fucking face.
Bolted into his eye socket. Like, wow, this dude is really a bad guy. And he's got like a Fu Manchu mustache. And he's
Right.
quoting Shakespeare, and he talks really fucking eloquent. You're like, this dude is pure evil, and at any moment he's going to turn on everybody, and it's going to be bad.
That's Christopher Plummer, who has played some great bad guys in the past.
He was a fun bad guy. He was
so good.
Was entertaining.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever see the Dragnet movie with Dan Aykroyd and
Parts of it, yes.
Tom Hanks?
Yeah.
It's like, it's not Dragnet. What the fuck is this? But that movie had Christopher Plummer as the bad guy.
It's a parody of Dragnet.
Right. In the movie, Christopher Plummer plays a priest who's actually a bad guy. So he's got this delicious thing he does where he like licks his lips while he's talking. He's so evil.
I'm glad they made a parody version of Dragnet for a movie, because I hated Dragnet, the show.
Dragnet was
pure
grandfather of Law and Order.
It was
For sure.
pure propaganda, though.
Yeah.
Like,
Absolutely.
it was anti-drug propaganda that portrayed drugs in a very fucking negative, unrealistic light.
Yep.
She thought she ate her baby, but in fact she had no children. Dun, 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 dun.
What was
I
the
swear to
Dragnet
God.
theme song? Dun, 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 dun,
I was
dun, dun,
it goes fucking dun 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 dun.
dun, 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 dun.
The
Yeah.
story you're about to hear is true. Some of the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
But that's just like dun 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 boom bum dun 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 which is like Law and Order, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Early Law and Order, the grandfather of Law and Order.
I hate Law and Order sometimes, because like you watch the show and eventually you get to be like, how are there any criminals in this city? Because they catch everybody within 78 hours.
Well, that was the thing about Dragnet. I mean, it's cheesy and it's propaganda for its time. But at the time, that was the most realistic cop show anybody's seen before. Because before that, it was just like cops and robbers, bang, bang, bang.
Yeah,
You know,
true.
this is more about the procedures, just the facts, ma'am. And they actually showed investigations. It was like interesting. Nobody'd done that before.
That's true.
Well, whatever.
So,
Whatever. Yeah.
point Star Trek 6, and let's talk why. Or do you disagree? Do you think that episode 3 is better?
We got to Revenge of the Sith. We got to discuss that a little bit.
We do. That's what I'm saying. We got to talk about why it's point Star Trek. Unless John disagrees.
No, I don't disagree. I think that out of all the prequels, Episode 3 was the best one, but I don't see it being better than Star Trek 6.
It's better than fucking terrible.
Yeah, but that's like saying Santa Claus 3 was the best of the Santa Claus movies.
Hey, the first Santa Claus movie wasn't that bad.
You think the first Santa Claus was the best of the Santa Claus movie?
Yeah, that was a good...
The third one had Martin Short as Jack Frost.
Oh, fuck Martin Short.
I'm just saying, by saying Revenge of the Sith is the best of the prequels, that's not really saying much.
That's not a bold statement. Everybody pretty much agrees on that.
Yeah, it is the best of the shit.
Yeah.
But I also agree with Mr. Plinkett that it's really not that good.
No, it's not. And I agree with Ken that the only thing that's good about the movie that's in the movie is the Emperor. And it's not because it's a good performance, it's because it's a bad performance.
Really? I think it's pretty good.
I didn't hear you. What?
Role was. What's this role? What am I doing? Well, you're the very obvious emperor to be. Like, okay.
It was cheesy. It was so cheesy though. He's like cackling and laughing the whole time, and he delivers like such over the top like power, unlimited power.
Yep.
And like, I don't know, he's just so corny. I am the Senate.
Yep.
And he fucking busts out the last scene of the Godfather move. We're going to exterminate everybody at once. Execute Order 66.
Okay, me and my friends used to joke about this when we first saw the movie. I was like, okay, Escort 66, where's the other 6?
Yeah.
6.
That's kind of the implication. He's not talking about Route 66. You know what he's talking about.
And all the Jedi die like bitches.
All of them. They go down like bitches, which should be the highlight of the movie, but it's not.
These people who have phenomenal reflexes and can take on whole enemies see it coming. They don't except Yoda. Yoda's the only one who senses something is amiss.
Well, Mace Windu did too, but he couldn't figure it out as much as quickly as Yoda did.
Mace Windu didn't figure shit out. He had it told to him.
Yeah, Anakin had to go... Anakin got told by fucking Palpatine, who ended up telling fucking Mace Windu, who ended up going to...
No, wait, I remember Mace Windu saying he feared that that Palpatine was Sidious, but he couldn't really prove it.
I don't remember that at all. Where are you getting that from?
No, what happened was that Palpatine told Anakin, Anakin told Palpatine, Palpatine took a few, like 3 other motherfuckers to go kill
Windu
Windu.
twice.
Yeah, Windu took the bunch of other fuckers to go kill Palpatine. Palpatine ended up corrupting Anakin. Anakin cut off fucking Windu's arm. Palpatine launched Windu out of a fucking window.
And then wears allegiance to the dark side.
Yeah.
And then and that should be the best part is just it sucks because Anakin's now like a zombie. His eyes are all weird looking and he's like, yes, master. Yes, master. And it's like, what?
And he's lost all his emotions. He just kills indiscriminately. He doesn't even feel bad about it.
And if that's really the case, then his battle with Obi-Wan at the end should have been a lot less dialogue. He's rationalized all this stuff, but obviously he's under his control. So he shouldn't be rationalizing. If he's a zombie, he should be a zombie. That's the whole concept. And that kind of is. If you watch the other Star Wars movies, sure, Darth Vader is like seriously under the Emperor's control. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he think about the scene in Empire Strikes Back when he kneels in a little circle and the face showed up and he's like, yes, master. Whatever you say, master. You know, the Emperor is the source of his power now, right? Which is why I think that the revelation in 3 was that he's his father. That he's used the Force to impregnate. Because that's kind of what he's alluding to about this other guy who could create life using the Force. You know, which some consider unnatural. Right? Is that he's trying to tell him that he's his father. That I put the Force inside your mother. Just bam.
It's like poetry. They rhyme.
How else did you happen? What is the explanation for your existence? You know, your mother said that she just woke up pregnant one day. That's never explained. It's one of those loose ends left over because he didn't talk about the midi-chlorians and he dropped fucking Jar Jar and he changed a lot of other stuff from what Phantom Menace was. You know, the intended continuation of Phantom Menace, it changed. You know what I'm saying?
The final battle between Obi-Wan and Anakin should have also been a lot more one-sided because Anakin is supposed to be so powerful, but Obi-Wan is able to take him on at dead-even skill. There's even a difference in their technique. They both exactly another, which I guess could be the argument for why he can keep with him, but it's just so dull. And it goes on forever.
Yeah. And it should have been that way. It was almost set up to be that way, that Anakin would have kicked his ass. Because let's set up the previous battles with Dooku. Dooku was able to knock Obi-Wan out of the way like he's nothing. Twice. At the end of Attack of the Clones and at the beginning of Revenge of the Sith, he just knocks Obi-Wan away like he's nothing. But Anakin gives him a run for his money. Right.
It's like, I thought of you as a son. I'm like, you were barely there with them from the get-go. What makes you think you're more of a father to Anakin than Palpatine is?
Yeah.
You are my brother, Anakin. I love you.
I think Palpatine was his father. I'm fairly convinced of this, you know?
It's pretty heavily implied.
Get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, because the midi-chlorian, I remember Qui-Gon saying that Anakin's mother was conceived by midi-chlorians. Henceforth, if you think about what you're saying with the concept between Palpatine saying in this awkward sense that what's your purpose? I'm your actual father, whatnot. And your theory that you use the Force to create Anakin. I mean, I can see where you're coming from it. So it's like, what the fuck's going on?
Exactly. What? That is never explained about his mom. I don't even understand. You know? It wasn't just spontaneous, boom. He's born of midi-chlorians from her. She's not.
And then mom just dies.
Yeah. never find out anything more about that. His uncle
As
Owen
much.
is just some
Go ahead.
random asshole. You know?
Yeah,
I mean,
he's not even an
speaking
uncle.
of the Owens, is it just me, or is it just the guy who claimed to have married Anakin's mother looked like the original Owen Lars?
Kinda, yeah,
Uh,
but probably on purpose.
yeah, like in
Because I
his.
did mistake him for the original Owen Lars. I'm not gonna
Oh,
lie.
you mean like, is it the same actor?
Yeah.
Oh no, that actor's probably dead.
Yeah,
Okay.
probably.
He was
But
pretty old when he was on Mars.
they probably got another actor look just like him or something like that. And also,
As much as I go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
As much as I hate Yoda having a lightsaber, I hate that the Emperor having a light. I hate the Emperor having a lightsaber even more.
Really?
Because the Emperor treated lightsabers like they were fucking stupid in Jedi.
Toys.
They're just toys. He's capable of so much more than fighting with a lightsaber. Imagine if instead of a lightsaber duel, when those Jedi came into the room to arrest him, he just fried all of them. And instead of Anakin coming in when Palpatine is about to be struck down, maybe instead he comes into Mace Windu being tortured. Like he stops to torture this one because he's the Jedi Grandmaster.
I mean, and Mace
Right.
Windu had him, and the point of the setup of the scene was just like, really?
Well, the good thing is that Anakin is making a good point. He should stand trial. He's like, Anakin is trying to make the diplomatic approach, and yes, this Jedi is about to take the law into his own hands and execute this motherfucker.
Yeah.
But then at the
Yeah,
same
pretty.
time, Mace Windu also states he's too dangerous to even stand trial in the first place.
Well, that line of thinking led to everybody dying.
Yes, I mean, I understand that. If you think about the opposite scenario, if he did kill the so-called senator of Senate Sidious, can't get the word out of my mouth. Sidious, think of what would have been changed even for the worse.
Nothing really.
Sidious
If Sidious dies, the whole plot of the Sith and the rest of the movies die with it.
Sidious versus Yoda is a fucking stupid fight. I like that it happens in the chamber of the Senate. That's neat. And the music cue when it shows the Senate room is awesome. But the fight itself is silly. I don't know. Just the way the Emperor cackles bugs me.
See, I mean, the whole thing with him not standing trial, I can understand where Mace was coming from, though, because he's in control of the fucking Senate. What the fuck are they going to do at that point?
Exactly.
He pretty much controls his own verdict at that point.
I don't think it would be hard to have a trial with a Sith Lord. I mean, E.T. will vote kill him. We didn't mention that, by the way, that E.T. is in Episode 1. Or were you not aware of that, either, any of you?
I know. I think I know where he's pointed at. I can't remember off the tip of my tongue where the fuck he was cameoed at.
He's in the Senate chamber when they vote for the vote of no confidence for Chancellor Valorum. There's a whole bunch of them, actually. There's a fucking Senate seat for his species. He's in the same shot as the Wookiees. The Wookiees are supposed to distract you, I guess. That's what makes it a cameo.
Yeah.
The Millennium Falcon makes an appearance in Episode 3 in the background. And yes, it is the Millennium Falcon. It's not just a Corellian cruiser. Let's see. So, okay, let's see if there's any redeeming qualities to episode 3. Everybody says it's the best of the prequels, but the question is why? And honestly, I'm having a hard time thinking of an answer for
The thing I
that.
loved most about episode 3 was the music score. The fights were a little over the top with them jumping around and shit, but the music score for the movie was.
The score for all 3 of the prequels is good.
Yeah, but the one that I remember the most out of all the prequels was the music from episode 3. So.
Yeah, but I mean, I can't even remember what the name is. It Hans Zimmer? I can't remember if he's the Star Wars guy or not. But the score for all 3 prequels are fine. But what makes this the best prequel movie?
I don't know. Where the heck is Ted?
Oh, he popped out again. He'll be back.
Honestly, I just like the fight scenes and everything in it. I don't know why. I just do.
The one fight scene I really
Plus,
don't.
coming after the crap that episode 2 was with hardly any fucking action, I think it's. I don't really know if it's the fact that it's just that it's a good movie, or if it's just the fact that after the crap I saw in episode 2, it was a bit of a good refresher.
I'm trying to think of scenes that are okay in episode 3, and I'm not really coming up with anything because I don't really like anything about the movie. The fight scenes to me are all really, like, they're so over the top and they're so fucking wild and crazy that, like, they're dull because we know the outcome.
What year did episode 3 come out? Like 2006 or something?
No, like 2004.
2004, 2005 area.
Yeah, I was like 12 or 13 during that time.
2002. Yeah, 2004. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I guess for me it was the fact that I was like 13 or 14 during the time. I think, I'm not sure.
Well, I can understand that, but it's the only one of the prequels I haven't seen in theaters because I just didn't give a shit.
I mean, not a lot of people did give a shit about episode 3 anyway, so.
The fights are boring because we know what's going to happen. We know that Yoda and the Emperor are not going to kill each other. We know that Obi-Wan is going to win. We know
Anakin becomes Darth Vader, and it's like, we already know what's going to happen here. It's a dead given.
In the very beginning, during the space battle, we know that neither Anakin nor Obi-Wan are going to die or lose this fight. We know the Chancellor isn't going to get killed. We know that Grievous is probably going to get killed simply because he exists in Episode 3, and we know Dooku is going to die because he's not around either in later.
Yeah.
So the movie completely robbed of any kind of tension because this is the part we all basically already know the answers to.
Right.
Yeah. And
no surprises.
It's just, I don't know. C-3PO is in this movie, isn't he? How does he come into the movie?
Around with Padme in her little apartment.
Oh, they just stole their droid. Assholes.
Just sitting around.
I built.
I have a bad feeling. Right.
I built C-3PO. He's mine. I'm taking him.
Yeah. So I got this. I got this thing right here, right? He's a Darth.
There we go.
Fucking angle. There you go.
Nice.
Darth Vader toy, right? Right?
Yeah. Oh, that's tied up like that.
But here's the thing, right? You take off his helmet and Anakin.
Lame.
Right? But you put the helmet back on, comes Darth Vader. Again.
Oh my god, I am ashamed I even had one of those at one point.
He looks like Dark Helmet with just the top part.
Why would you be ashamed you had one?
Because it made me remind me. I think it was episode Empire Strikes Back. Remember how when Luke went in to fight I think he was supposed to fight his evil self or something like that, which was Darth Vader incarnate or something like that.
Oh, when he went into the
cave? Yeah.
I love that scene.
I love that scene too, and then you look back at The Revenge of the Sith, and you're thinking, really? so they go with this concept here and everything, and I'm like, really?
In episode 6, they CG'd out the original actor's head, just his head, and replaced it with Hayden Christensen's.
Huh.
Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I understand it's trying to keep up with the continuity of episode 3, but goddamn, you shouldn't have needed to done that.
That actor is no longer the face of Darth Vader. That sucks.
If they're gonna put that guy who played Darth Vader in there, at least make it look to where he's like older as fucking shit, to where it looks like it's that over time his face looks like he's actually old and shit, and not look like he's actually fucking young. Put some props on that shit.
This is another thing that a lot of people have pointed out. It doesn't make sense that he's the young Anakin, because
it really doesn't.
Lucas's explanation is, well, he goes back to the last time he was good, but he just became good again as an old man. What the fuck?
Exactly.
You dumb fat motherfucker. Do you not understand your own story?
I'm just gonna say this right here now. He's worse than Toriyama for getting shit. Let's put it like that.
No, he's not. No, he's not. He doesn't forget shit. He just ignores it.
Now, that's an interesting thing, though, that you mentioned Toriyama, right? Because of the Japanese influence on Star Wars all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if Lucas...
And from these filmmakers, you know what I mean? Akira Kurosawa's, which one was it that had the big... Well, there's a lot of stuff.
Right.
Stuff from his films in Star Wars.
Yeah, there's a lot of Star Wars influences. I'm trying to think which one it was that had the most Star Wars influences out of his work.
A lot of them. The different elements, like a couple characters were the inspiration for C-3PO and R2-D2 in one movie.
Oh, we're talking about...
Seven Samurai had a big
Oh, I know what movie you're talking about. I can't think of what it's called. The one that influenced C-3PO and R2-D2.
Yeah, I think it was something about the castle or something like that. Fortress.
Something. I think it's a movie about two peasants during a war.
Well, basically, it's about the war.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
And these two characters kind of, I don't know, they're in there, right?
Yeah.
But the fact that they're always there, I guess it kind of is about them, but it's mostly about the war, right?
I'm seriously drawing a blank trying to think of anything good in episode 3.
Well, I mean, think about it. The movie Star Wars starts from the point of view of R2-D2 and C-3PO.
Yeah.
And we see a lot of the movie through their point of view. You know?
Yes, they're the most important characters.
Yes, because they're there at the beginning of the prequel. But they're not, because the movie starts from Obi-Wan's point of view, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. But
So that the prequels just break the fucking formula. Star Wars was so good on so many levels, and the prequels just broke it. They broke it.
yeah,
They broke it.
See, the thing that irritates me most about the prequels and everything like that is the fact that if they would have done the prequels first, like back in the 70s and 80s, and then led on to 4, 5, and 6 in the new generation as a continuation, like that would have made more sense. But when you do the whole thing with Vader and Luke first, it takes away the whole fucking plot and story development of the characters, because most of the Star Wars fans already knew what happened with fucking Vader and Luke and all that shit, so it's like
Right.
nobody really cares.
I don't believe the prequels existed originally. I have never believed Lucas's story that he had this whole thing planned out from the beginning. I don't believe that.
And even if he did, I don't think he should have followed through with it, because
He really shouldn't have.
you guys can't tell me that if the prequels would have came before episodes 4, 5, and 6, then what happened? Like, if episodes, like I said, if episodes 4, 5, and 6 came during the time the prequels came, and episodes 1, 2, and 3 came during the time that 4, 5, and 6 happened, don't you think that would have made for at least somewhat of a better story?
No,
I'm going to say most likely no. You have to.
if the story stays the way it is, then no. Because the story is so inconsistent when you look at all 6 movies.
It really is.
Things that happen in the prequels just don't match up with shit that happens in the episode 4, 5, and 6. And if episode 1...
It mentions just some of the detail and some of the weapons and shit. Like, even the lightsabers themselves, I'm looking at the lightsabers from 4, 5, and 6 as compared to the ones in 1, 2, and 3, and I'm like, really? You mean to tell me that these ugly-looking ones that are in 4, 5, and 6 are far more advanced than the ones in 1, 2, and 3? I don't buy that shit.
Lightsabers haven't advanced in like 5,000 years in the Star Wars universe.
Well,
Have you seen a close-up of Kylo Ren's lightsaber?
Yeah, I still dig the hilt, but
But
I have to see
it's
it.
exposed wiring as if he like welded him. You know.
Did he just cut out?
I think so.
yeah.
I can't think of anything redeeming about episode 3, so point Star Trek. Episode 3 is a turd, just like the other 2.
Meh.
To say it's better, I don't know if I can really say that, if it's better than the other 2, because I really just can't think of anything good in the fucking movie. I think they're all equally bad.
I mean, when I first saw episode 3, I'm looking at General Grievous, and I'm like, okay, he's killed all these Jedi, and he uses the Jedi's own weapon against Obi-Wan, and then all of a sudden, bam, shot through the fucking heart. He's dead. Like,
General
really?
Grievous was a good idea that they fucked up really bad.
Yeah. It's
And I get what he's supposed to be. He's supposed to be like a parallel of Darth Vader. He's more machine than whatever the fuck kind of alien he is.
Yeah.
Much more so than Vader, but still. And he fights with 4 lightsabers. That's pretty fucking cool. Too bad they didn't do anything with it.
Well, they did it with the fight with Obi-Wan, but that's about it.
They didn't really, though, because he busts out the 4 lightsabers and then immediately gets one of his arms chopped off. And then immediately gets another arm chopped. So we're back to 2 lightsabers, which we've already seen. And then they get on a fucking... They chase each other. And then they're fighting with, like, a staff and a blaster. So we get to see exactly one thing with 4 lightsabers, and that's his crazy rotor blade move.
Well, apparently that was supposed to be a scene directed by Spielberg.
Well, fuck you, Spielberg.
Yeah.
Now
Spielberg.
we know why E.T. was in the fucking Senate.
Well, Spielberg and Lucas
worked together. In fact, Spielberg.
Dad?
Spielberg and Lucas are butt buddies. Everybody knows that.
Well, yeah, that was a dead given. No, obviously, if you haven't noticed the detail.
Steven Spielberg has made some pretty shitty films himself. AI comes to mind. AI is a terrible movie. What is that sound?
Fuck?
I don't know what the fuck just happened there.
That was me. I just got a Facebook notification.
It said Teddy. Oh, it said Teddy was. Are you here, Teddy?
There you go. That worked. I don't know. It keeps dropping me. It fucking sucks. Maybe I just
He
need to
keeps
update.
popping in and out like a ghost.
Yep.
But
Can you hear me now?
yeah.
Good.
Okay. What are we talking about?
Well, I don't know. There's really nothing else to say about episode 3. It's just.
Oh, you were talking about how Spielberg and fuck had some really shitty movies himself after being a butt buddy with Lucas.
Well,
He
they've
is a
been
butt.
butt buddies since the beginning. You know what I mean? Spielberg was supposed to direct Return of the Jedi.
That would have been interesting.
I'm still gonna call it. It still would have been nice if it really was Revenge of the Jedi.
Whatever.
But the Jedi aren't about revenge. That would have made no sense. But then again, half the shit they do doesn't make any sense. So.
Exactly.
But it used to. And that was made at a time when the Star Wars shit still made sense. Before he started to not give a shit about his own continuity. It bugs the shit out of me that he has consistently referred to lightsabers as laser swords. He always calls them laser swords, and that bugs the fuck out of me.
Ah.
You there, Teddy? I think we're losing Teddy.
Alright, so point Star Trek 6.
Yeah.
Might as well.
Say what?
Oh, there he is.
Good God. Pissing me
Said
off.
Star Trek because episode 3 just sucks.
Oh, Star Trek 6?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
So, do we talk about the rest of the Star Trek movies, or do we save that for another podcast?
We've been going for a while now, so I say we save it.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
it's a dead given from now. Release with this, I think it's Star Trek.
Yeah, Star Trek fell apart after the original cast left, and they started the next generation of movies was really bad.
First Contact, okay movie.
It was good as it was pretty good. Yeah, it was different.
Let's save that discussion for the next one.
Right, because Star Trek exists as a whole separate thing with the television show, and you can't really compare that to Star Trek or Star Wars.
Yeah.
Star Trek.
Lost him again. God damn it.
All right, yeah, I think we should just end it off here then.
All right, we've been going for like a while.
All right, so we should think of idea for next podcast. How often do you guys want to do this? Because I'm pretty much free whenever.
Free to do it whenever, so whenever's clever for Teddy.
Yeah, works for me when this thing's working.
Yeah.
Pretty,
Well, all right. Wait, who won?
Star Trek.
Star Trek.
Did it?
Trick. It did actually, yeah.
And god damn it, John, you really like killing zombies with boxes, don't you?
Yeah, don't really
Hey,
have much.
solid. Make me proud.
All right, I'll talk to y'all later.
Yep.